Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our school board work session. This evening, we'd like to first have a motion for meeting attendance via electronic device for Mrs. Phyllis Barrow.
A motion is needed pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3708.3, subsection B2, to allow Board Member Phyllis Byram to participate in tonight's public meeting of the school board through electronic communication means from 1596 Great Fork Road, Suffolk, Virginia, 23438, due to a medical condition of a family member that requires Board Member Byram to provide care which prevents her physical attendance at tonight's meeting.
May I have a motion?
I move to approve, please.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we allow Mrs. Barham to participate via electronic device from her home. Are there any questions? Having heard none, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Stepped away from
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes,
Motion passed.
thank you. Would you please bring Mrs. Barham in? Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Barham. Can you hear us? We can't hear you. Okay. He's going to turn the sound on. We can't hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, now we can hear you. Thank you. Welcome.
Okay.
Glad you're back. Okay. We're going to move along at this time, Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call to the podium Dr. Akima Branch, Chief Academic Officer, and Dr. Maria Lawson Davenport, Director of Curriculum and Instruction. They're going to provide student achievement updates based on 2021-22 data, as well as our plan for overall school improvement for individual schools and the school division. Dr. Branch?
Good afternoon, Dr. Gordon, Dr. Brooks Buck, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Mrs. Byram, and school board members. Tonight, as Dr. Gordon just mentioned, we will review the results of the 2021-2022 SOL school year results, as well as our division and school accreditation status, and then address some targeted supports and strategies that will be put in place to help support our schools and students. I want to start with highlighting the increase in participation. From a historical perspective, the 2020-2021 school year was actually still impacted very much by the COVID-19 pandemic. And so in yellow, you'll see that the numbers were much lower because for 5.5 months of the year, we were virtual. And for those who selected not to return and possibly continue virtual or be in a hybrid environment, some may not have tested. That number increased greatly in the 21-22 school year. That makes a difference. As we look at our SOL pass rates by content area, you'll see that there was growth from 21 to the 21-22 school year in each area, and some more significant than others, especially in the area of math, and there was increase in history as well. On-time graduation rates actually took a dip from the 2021-2022 school years, and on-time graduation rates relate to the 9th grade cohort. That means the year the students entered 9th grade is where that is captured, that on-time graduation is captured. So if they completed in the 4 years, And during that time, from 9th grade to their senior year, we had about 2 years of the pandemic. The number did drop in this past school year to 84.7 from where it was at 86.1. Mr. Dickerson, Sean Dickerson, our coordinator of data, assisted in pulling together the regional comparison from other regional school divisions and their SOL results in these content areas. In each area, Suffolk ranks about 3 to 4, depending on the content area. I also wanted to provide some background on how the state assigns indicators and levels, and so I'll take you through a few of the notes or background information on this. For elementary and middle, when it comes to our indicators, there are primarily 4 areas that mirror the high school. So that's overall proficiency in English and growth, and as well as proficiency and growth in mathematics, proficiency in science, and then English and math achievement gaps among student groups. For example, students with disabilities, economically disadvantaged, and other student groups. And absenteeism is counted at the elementary and middle school level. A difference in high school is they do count the graduation and completion, which I just shared with you, the cohort data and on-time graduation data. Also included for high school is the dropout rate, as well as absenteeism, and what we call the CCCRI, the College Career and Civic Readiness. And that came into play this past school year. For performance levels, and all of this information is found on the Virginia Department of Education's website. So we report our data. They post the data on the state website, so none of this is hidden or unknown. Their performance levels on each school quality indicator is rated at one of 3 levels, level 1, 2, or 3. If it's level 1, that means that the school or that content area meets or exceeds the standard or sufficient improvement. Level 2 is near the standard or they're making sufficient improvement. Level 3 is below the state standard, and they use several different metrics as I've just reviewed, or performance standards at level 2 for more than 4 consecutive years. And in some of the areas, the years that the testing was excused or that the accreditation was not counted, that does not factor in. 15 of our 19 schools are accredited. They receive the accredited ranking. Schools with all school quality indicators at either level 1 or level 2. So you could have level 2 in different areas within your rating. However, it was not significant enough to move to a level 3, or it wasn't consistent over 4 years. It is an area that is making progress, just needs a little bit more growth. But 15 of our 19 schools are accredited. 4 of our schools are accredited with conditions. And what that means is that they have indicators at level 3. And I've placed on this slide for you the schools and the area. All of our schools had the achievement, academic achievement in science. John F. Kennedy also had academic achievement for English. So all of them were, science was the primary area of level 3, and John F. Kennedy with English as well as science. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Lawson Davenport to talk about some of our targeted strategies.
Good afternoon. I'm going to start by going through those schools that Dr. Branch just referenced that are in need of additional supports because they are accredited with conditions. So the first is Booker T. Washington Elementary, and these are the strategies that they're going to employ to assist with improving those SOL scores. They are focusing on reading strategies with a focus on phonemic awareness and phonics. They're using specially designed instruction as a special education focused instructional technique that helps to focus on the student's specific disability as far as instruction. We're also utilizing high-yield routines for number and number sense, and academic coaches will be modeling science lessons in that building as well. We'll be using spiral review questions where we will go back through content that has already been taught, and those will be integrated into new lessons so the students are constantly reviewing. And then they will also be doing professional learning communities and collaborative planning as grade level teams. At Elephant's Fork, they're also using word study activities for reading proficiency. We know that with science, part of the struggle some students have is with reading, so we're also focusing on reading in addition to the science content. Additionally, they're using fact fluency resources for math. They also have a special education focus with co-teaching and co-planning, and including hands-on STEM activities and experiments. In 4th and 5th grade, which are the science-heavy subjects, we'll be reviewing sessions every 9 weeks at that building. And then, of course, the common assessments the division has already created to help identify skills for those spiral reviews. Mac Ben Jr. is going to be using coaching cycles with the academic coaches. Each of our elementary schools have an academic coach that helps teachers and facilitates teachers to improve their instruction. So they will be leveraging that academic coach, in addition to the fact fluency kits as well, co-teacher professional learning at Mac Ben for their inclusion teams, and monthly and weekly collaborative planning sessions for those buildings as well. And then quarterly grade level PLC, those are professional learning communities, will be taking place, and they will have modeling and co-taught lessons from their reading specialists at that building. And at John F. Kennedy, we'll be utilizing writing workshops to focus on that English to strengthen student writing performance, also integrating writing across the curriculum through their PE and exploratory classes, so students will be writing regularly in all subjects. They also use walkabouts, which is a technique where students actually get up and walk around to learn different concepts, so they're not always seated, and exit tickets to assess student learning. They will be using SOL Pass and the PHET simulations, which is a science simulation program in order to increase science, and then after-school science remediation and enrichment sessions. So that's what we're doing for those particular schools. As a division, I'm going to go over what we have already provided to teachers and then what are the areas of focus for each of the 4 major content areas. So first, as far as pre-service is concerned, we did start the school year with a focus on Tier 1 instruction, which is basic instruction that's just good practice. And with that, we have led with evidence-based strategies and instructional models for all content areas to help teachers maximize the amount of time they have in the classroom. And so all subject areas, including our exploratories and our music and PE, we all have instructional models that help teachers understand how they should break up an instructional block. We also maximize the instructional technology platforms. You see there a list of all of the instructional platforms that we use to support learning. We provided in-service from those companies for our teachers during pre-service and how to maximize and utilize all of those. iReady, of course, is our reading and math for elementary. No Red Ink is a writing platform we utilize for 6 through 12. Discovery Education is our science textbook. iExcel is for math practice. Legends of Learning is a science program that's kind of gamifying science concepts for students. Desmos is our math calculator that also has some extension activities that can be used in math classrooms. AP Classroom has resources for AP teachers to utilize that include practice questions and instructional things. WellNet is used for our health and PE, and Elevation is our ELL software. So the support we're going to provide ongoing throughout this school year is, of course, supporting the academic coaches at the elementary schools. They are really our first line for elementary because they are housed in the building, so we do meet with them regularly to provide them training so they can then deliver that training to the schools. For middle and high schools, we do have citywide meetings which happen every month or every 2 months, depending on the content area, where we provide professional learning for the teachers. Just today, I was in a session with English where they were looking at data and how to use their data and how to maximize writing strategies as well. We also, as a division, provide tiered support to schools. Based on the data, we determine who needs the most support, and so we allocate our support that way. And then we also conduct joint observations with school administrators to provide aligned feedback to teachers. So now we'll look at each content area individually. The first is English. So division-wide, we have a partnership with the Suffolk Reading Council this year, where we are providing a optional PLC for teachers through what is known as the Lit Academy. And this is a professional learning activity where teachers can come with the Reading Council. There is no cost. They can sign up and they are allowed to participate. You see here the one we just held yesterday, as a matter of fact, focused on PALS data. It also focused on letters, which I'll tell you about in a minute, and then middle school also used letter spelling data to help activate student activity within that subject area. So in elementary, we are, of course, focusing on letters, which is language essentials for teachers of reading and spelling. And this is the science of reading as far as making sure teachers understand how reading occurs for students. How do they grasp those concepts that are needed in order to learn how to read? And so principals received administrators training in letters in August. All elementary principals received that. Currently, we have 95 teachers that will be beginning to go through training in letters. We have already trained a cohort of teachers previously, so this is in addition to those teachers that have already been trained. And so this focus for these 95 teachers are made up of elementary general education and special education teachers, SAO special education professionals, and secondary special education teachers. So we are expanding to more than just elementary all the way up through 12th grade. Additionally, in English, we are implementing the K-3 phonics lesson and the grades 3-5 word analysis lesson components. Those are built into that instructional model that we have pushed out to all the buildings. We have provided them sample lessons, and of course, we have the 130 minutes of whole and small group instruction in English. For secondary, we're focusing, of course, on those monthly citywide meetings, and that's going to have a writing focus. We're also working on collaborative team writing support, leveraging No Red Ink, which is the platform that we house a lot of our writing in. Scaffolding those writing skills, providing reading and writing connections for students, diagnostic assessments so that we know what they've already mastered so we can focus our instruction on what they still need to master. We do provide in the spring a mock writing assessment that helps us pinpoint skills that students are still weak in right before the actual writing SOL. And then, of course, we provide SOL-aligned writing prompts and rubrics that we utilize each day. For mathematics K-12, the focus is on high yield and number sense routines. And these are basically good practice routines that are evidence-based and highly effective, in which students start to work through their mathematical thinking. And these are to be implemented every day to get students understanding math. And we also will utilize the mathematics instructional plans. These are actually developed by the state, and they have been put out per content and strand for math. And so these have been already adjusted into our lesson plans and included in our pacing, so all teachers have access to those. And we'll also work on building math fluency. And just so you know, math fluency is a little different than memorizing math facts. Math fluency is helping students with that mathematical thinking to make sure that they can use those skills to understand new math concepts. And so fact fluency kits were actually pushed out for all of our schools at the elementary level, and they received individualized training by building on how to utilize those kits. We're also advocating for the use of math stations in grades K through 8, and using, of course, manipulative simulations and real-world application and problem solving. 3-act tasks and rich tasks are additional ways of teaching math concepts that allow for students to kind of move from a concrete understanding of math to a more abstract understanding of math. And then, of course, Desmos, which is the calculator that is utilized, has activities that also help with understanding math. For science K-12, we're focusing, of course, on performance-based learning for grades K through 4. We also have citywide meetings that will focus on specific SOL strands for grades 6 through 12, and we have inquiry-based learning with a focus on scientific and engineering practices. One of the things that is new this year is that we are doing required labs for all of our science classes, all of our classes K-12, as a matter of fact, and that's a minimum of 1 per quarter. Teachers, of course, can do more than that, but we have already developed 1 per quarter for all grade levels to be able to utilize. And lastly, history and social sciences, we're focusing on those historical thinking skills, using document-based questions, which are otherwise known as DBQs, where students use primary and secondary sources and understand how to analyze those, because they will see a lot of those on the SOL test, and facilitating history discourse through student-led discussions. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Branch.
Thank you. In addition, we have set up various support sessions. We're starting this Saturday with our SPS Saturday Academy. We're very excited about that. Enrollment and registration kicked off on Friday and ended yesterday at 3 p.m., but that begins this Saturday. Elementary will be at Elephants Fork Elementary School, and secondary, both middle school and high school, will be at Kings Fork Middle School right here. You have to register in order to attend, but we have teachers who will be providing remediation and hands-on learning from skills recently taught. So if it was this week's skills, they're focusing on those power skills to build additional knowledge for those students. We also have at the high school, we've already started Z-block tutoring. That means that students and teachers work together for an additional block for remediation tutorial services. We have sent manipulatives home to select special education families to provide additional support, an extension of support at home, so that what they're learning in school, families can work with their students on and reinforce instruction. We do have at all levels upcoming before and or after school tutoring sessions, so parents can wait for that announcement coming from their respective school. And our special education parent resource sessions, we're going to be going into session number 3 in December. We've had 2. These sessions are designed specifically for special education parents to provide resources to each other. We do provide general information, but it's an opportunity for parents to get together and talk about things that work with their students and things that they're doing, program support services. However, it is open to all parents and all families. That concludes our presentation, and we are open for questions.
Thank you. Board members, this is our time to go over any questions that you have about the data, the test information. During the work session, we try to have these types of presentations so that you have the opportunity to ask the questions that you have about any of the information printed. This is our test information. We've gotten it back. We see where we are with regard to our peers in the region. We see where we are, where our students are, and we see what actions have been taken. Are there questions from board members with regard to the information that we just heard? Anybody want to be first? Okay. Board Member Howe.
Thank you for organizing all of that and breaking it down into manageable chunks. I know it is a lot. I have several questions. First of all, and speaking to the strategies that you all have delineated for the elementary schools and for JFK, how did you arrive at those? Was that like a task force at the building level? Is that something? Go ahead.
Yes, actually, those that you saw up there were developed at the building level through the school leadership team. So those are strategies that they're going to implement, and they design those at the building level.
Okay, and kind of piggybacking on that, are the strategies mentioned brand new in response to what we've seen, or is this something that we've already been doing, or is there a mix?
It's a mix. Some of the strategies are things that we have slowly been implementing. Some of them are things that had been maybe at one level, but not all levels. But as far as the buildings are concerned, what they have delineated are things that they felt were going to be the most effective strategies that they have in their school performance plans that are going to be public. In addition to what we're doing as a division is our focus is Tier 1. So we've gone back to a handful of very effective strategies to utilize those versus too many strategies that might overwhelm teachers. So each department is focusing on what they feel is going to be the most effective for their department.
Okay, and then in regards to the letters program, can you tell me a little bit more about that? Is it is it an online tool? Is it an approach, like foundations?
It's an approach. It's more actually, it's the science of reading, so it really focuses on helping teachers understand how students learn to read. So it breaks it down all the way down to, the brain function and how that function occurs and what the first steps are, right, and when it occurs. So they actually take them through, this is how a student sees a letter. This is how a student processes that letter. This is how the student then understands the sound behind the letter, all the way through the best way to approach it teaching-wise, and also where students are, so if you see gaps, how you can help to fill those gaps.
Okay, I'm excited to see how that turns out with a background in reading and special ed, and that's my passion. With that said, with the special ed background, looking at the scores and the growth that we've seen for my kiddos, it was never a matter of what anybody else said the end zone should be. It was, relative growth to their ability. So I'm excited to see the math growth. That is growth. I do wish there was a bigger jump in the reading, and I'm just curious what you think accounts for that smaller amount of growth than what we saw in math and even science.
In reading, we did jump. Our growth was +2. At the state level, it was at 73, so we were at 71. We're seeing that over the last couple of years, people aren't reading as much as they should. And so without that enforced reading and regular reading in the homes, we're not seeing students wanting to read and taking it as seriously as they should. When we tested last year, we were really trying to get back into the swing of things. It still was an unusual year, and trying to infuse reading, push reading and math into our classes even more. We're expanding that now. We're looking at reading as a part of everything, and it's cross-curricular. So it's not that we just etch out that time frame just for reading. We have 130 minutes for English and writing and English instruction, but that's all day long. Our science scores probably went down because a large part of science is reading and understanding. So there are some correlations that can be considered there. Letters is a great approach because it takes us back to the basics and understanding how people learn to read. It's not just the Dick and Jane books of before, especially when we're oftentimes used to 160 characters in a text message, in an email, or something similar. Children are very adept in those areas, but reading, being able to sound it out without using the microphone on Google to support it. So really focusing our efforts on the foundational. Tier 1 instruction does that. Letters does that. And so that's what we're seeing. We're not, although we did grow +2 in reading, and math, I think it was +14 or +15, it's great. But we're seeing this across not only our area, but you saw in the division comparisons. It's pretty much the same, but we attribute that to the lack of reading or consistency in reading. We are launching, and I know Dr. Gordon is going to talk about this, All District Reads, which kicks off on October 21st, which again focuses on reading, but not only in the schools, but for families. And that emphasis, because if you're not reading at home, and you're only reading in school, it does make a difference.
Yeah, it is a challenge to address things that happen outside our walls, but they reflect on our responsibilities and our data. In regards to the writing, the mock writing, this is just kind of my curiosity. It seems like it's so close to the actual writing SOL that I just wonder, is it truly allowing time for the remediation that the data shows us on the mock writing? Is there, ever a consideration to back it up a little bit so we're not cramming an abundance of skills?
And I would add, we are assessing continuously in writing, so that's not the only writing assessment they will take. Each 9 weeks, the students actually write in grades 6 through 12, they write formal writings every quarter, in addition to informal writings, which teachers will provide feedback and scaffold the writing process for them. So when they get to the mock writing, for us, it's really just for us to get a pinpoint of where we need to be very strategic within the last 2 to 3 weeks of instruction versus a rush, because we would have already known where the weak areas are. So it's really our last effort to not only find those areas, but also to help students understand how the test is going to be laid out. Part of making it a mock test is also the testing stamina. We notice from students their testing stamina is not there. Sitting for an hour or two to take a test when they had been used to being at home and that kind of thing. So we found, and teachers actually gave us that feedback, that they noticed that students didn't have the stamina to sit for longer tests. So providing that mock assessment allows them to kind of get a feel for how the test is going to feel, and that way when they get to it, it will not be new for them. But we don't feel like doing that regularly would be beneficial as well, because we want to make sure we're instructing them daily.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting that. I was just curious if we backed it up a little bit sooner, would it give us more time to really sharpened, but I understand what you're saying. Question about the math stations. You said you're advocating for those. Does that mean it's not like a requirement that teachers implement that? You're just suggesting it, or how does that work?
So math stations are actually part of the instructional model. We have 2 instructional models for our math program, and math stations are part of one of the 2 models. They're a part of both of them, actually. How they're structured would depend on what the teacher is teaching each day. So with regard to the math stations, that may be teacher-led, it may be independent stations. It just depends on what new concept has been taught, because of course we don't just want to put students into a station and say,
Sure.
go for it. But the idea of a station is that it will allow for teachers to do that small group instruction, but it will also allow for students to review skills on their own if they're doing independent practice. So while we say that we are putting them out, we also have to help teachers understand how to structure those, because there's classroom management that goes along with that as well. So while we have given teachers those tools, we're also helping them to understand how to best implement those.
Okay, got it. I think that's all that I have. I just feel like the picture that I see in secondary writing is just the snowball effect of, we can't, it's hard to do all that needs to be done in the course of the time that we have, but as a reading specialist, like writing was kind of low on the totem pole for the other core content teachers that I worked with in the middle school, but then it snowballs. And, these kids that are struggling in writing in high school, it didn't just happen. They didn't just forget. It's just, your intentionality has to be like from the get-go and relentless.
And I do want to add, for the writing test at the high school level, it is cumulative from 9th grade. So if you think about those students who just tested, they did sit through 2 years of COVID, and then they tested. So they didn't have direct instruction for a portion of that year. They didn't actually test the year before. Some of those students did not get to test the year before. So we do see that as one of the reasons that the writing scores did fall, because the skills that are tested on the 11th grade test include 9th and 10th grade skills as well.
And as Dr. Branch said, the availability of Google and the familiarity with text conversations. I had so many students even a decade ago that wrote the way they texted. And that's really hard to undo when it's how their brain works, but it's worth the attention and the effort, because then it's going to carry with them forever. All right. I did have one other question. It's not related to SOLs, but from my own understanding, do we ever at any point get a report on the AP test results and how kids fared there, and then with our the CTE, the licensure tests?
Yes.
We do get those reports. Let me stop right now and let the other people ask questions about this.
I'm sorry.
But we do indeed, we do get a report on all the testing that's done. We get a cumulative report on all of those, and that's why we try to have them during work sessions so you can ask about it. But we do get a report on all of those.
Okay,
Let
thank you.
me go to somebody else on this report, though,
Sure.
before we get off on another subject. Ms. Jenkins.
Thank you. Thank you again for always, Board Member Howell said, you give us a detailed report. You gave us the progress, you presented the areas where we are weak, you presented the vision, and you presented a plan, and that's what it takes. And I'm excited about some of the scores that have improved, and with everything that you've put in place, I see success coming in all the areas. But the only thing that I have a question about, because you laid everything out in detail, how are we making sure that our parents know, other than just the regular progress reports, where they are? Do they only find out at that point that they're really weak in this and that, and I just want to know that to make sure.
So one of the things with our constant progress monitoring, one of the things that Common Assessment allows for is for teachers to be able to pinpoint weak areas with students. And so one of the things that we advocate that teachers do is notify parents when those assessments are coming up. And then also for parents to look at HACC and to see what their students' current grades are to help them, and iReady, which allows them to kind of see where those weak skills. I can tell you as a parent whose child was in iReady last year, I can go in and see what skills he's weak in, what skills he's working on at any given time. But teachers really deliver that feedback to the parents directly, letting them know where students are weak. With the tutoring that will be coming up, they'll be reaching out to those students they feel are in need, and they'll be saying, I feel your child could benefit from after-school tutoring. We just had parent-teacher conferences this week as well, where some of that information was also shared.
Okay, good. And so me working in the school system, I know every parent don't look at those reports. They don't. So, but it's the child that we are worried about and that we're working with. So, is there anything else you think that we can do to make sure? Is there a second contact? Is it somebody that can advocate for that student when they're not here in school? You know.
We do encourage parent involvement, parental involvement at all levels, and not just when something is happening or at the end of the school year. What our schools are working on more and more is their communication and how they inform parents of what's happening, and you can check. But at the basic level, our teachers are doing that as well. They're reaching out. And they need the best contact numbers to make sure parents understand what's happening. And they want to make sure that they're checking their Canvas page, because oftentimes they send the class announcements or content announcements out from that. We really encourage parent support. We're also looking at other opportunities to have parent engagement sessions outside of what we do through our parent engagement office in Title I, but parent engagement sessions where we're informing them of things that can be done. One example is we put out information and sent it out through Messenger and on our website of parent resources, what to do to prepare your child. Now that your child is in this transitional grades, and the focus was pre-KK, then you go up 2 and 3 grades, 5th grade going into 6th grade, and then the 8th grade going into 9th, all the way through year 13, how to prepare them after they graduate. What do you need to do? We're putting those resources out for our parents, so it's not an aha or I didn't know. It's this information is there, and these are some of the basic skills you need to help support your child. But there's information coming in multiple ways from our teachers especially, and reaching out to teachers in advance of a report card or parent-teacher conference, etc.
Okay, thank you. Maybe we can start Parent of the Month or Parent of the Quarter. Give them an incentive to, just like we do everything else. You have to make things work. So thank you so much.
Or maybe we can look at sending a piece of paper. I know that's old school, but if for those who don't have Messenger, because we do have parents who are not, contrary to some prevailing opinions, who are not technology, don't have access to technology. And sometimes a piece of paper is the kind of thing we need to use. And just say, go through the book bag. And I think one of the things that I saw on a communication, we get the phone call. Some of us still have a landline. My husband kids and ask his friends who only have a cell phone, are you homeless? But some of us still have a landline, so there are some people who have those as well. But thank you so much for that, Mrs. Mayo.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Brooks-Buck. I was most pleased with the growth from the previous year, especially in math, and that was really exciting, math. Also, the high number of schools that are fully accredited too, and then the schools that are not, the conditions that need to be met, they're not out of reach because you have a plan and you have strategies and you've made it very clear. And always when you do these school improvement plans, it's done at the building level because the teachers, the administrators at that particular school, they know what they need to work on. So when you mention the fact that it was done on the building level, that always happens. I'm pretty aware of that. So that was good. Just want to say that I appreciate the strategies that you have presented and all of the ways that you're trying to reach our students. You have a wide variety of ways for our students, and that's what you do because our kids learn differently. No one learns the same. So you got to have a wide variety of choices for them, and that's good too. So I think we're on the right path, and we just have to work hard. And when I say we, I still think like an educator. And the additional support, wonderful. Our Saturday Academy, the Z Block, all of these things. And I know we're going to be successful. And just thanks so much for your hard work and how well you explained everything to us. That means a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I know you said 14, but it was actually 21. Somebody reminded me it was 21.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am,
so
21, plus 21.
I want to make that
That's
clear
right, math,
before we move
21.
on.
Yeah,
21.
21.
Board Member Riddick.
Good evening. I have a couple of questions. What strategies are we implementing to support the families to better support their children at home? I get everything that we're doing inside of the building, but are we aiding our families to provide that additional layer of support in the home?
Actually, our buildings, in addition to what we've done under our families area and academics on the website, our buildings are pushing out supports also. For example, John F. Kennedy is having their trunk or treat. It won't just be candy and harvest activities for the students. They will be providing tools and resources for families to better support their students. In addition, from a special education standpoint, we have just completed additional manipulatives that will be pushed out to select parents to help further support their children at school. But not only pushing them out, making sure that the students know how to work that manipulative so that they can explain it and be the teachers in the home so that their parents can support them. So there are several, but most of these are from the school level, and the schools are providing additional supports and resources, especially through like remediation and things like that. They're communicating that with those families. And so from a division level, we're providing things primarily on our website and through our primary social media platforms so that it's broad, but the schools are also providing resources. And I gave John F. Kennedy as one support, but other schools are doing some of the same things.
Okay. Do we offer any type of family engagement sessions where parents could come and be trained on operating Hack and our other platforms? Because we have a lot of technology out, but if the people we need to use them don't know how to use them, it's a catch-22 there. The reason why I bring that up, because I've been asked by some parents who were receiving communications through, I guess it was Canvas, but they was looking for it to come to another platform like their Gmail, but it was going through the portal. So are we clear-cut in our communication with that?
So I do want to add, for Canvas, it's actually self-enroll for parents. So the student actually has an account, and the student says, the parent says, I want to set up an account to observe Mr. Riddick, and they would actually get an account, and the parent actually signs themselves up. So whatever communication they're getting in Canvas is one that they would have self-enrolled in and put in their own email address. It's not tied to whatever they may have on the school level. I can tell you one of the hindrances we have had is there are quite a few parents who have not updated the information within our student information system. So that does hinder teachers as well, because if they're pushing out information, they can push it out to all parents in their classes, but it's only going to go to what the parent has provided to the school. And parents do have to update information with the school in order for them to receive that communication. But to your point about Hack, there is some information available on our website with regard to how they can access Hack, but all of our school counselors, and all of our school counselors also have access to showing parents how to get into Hack and setting that account up so that they can get in.
Okay. My follow-up to that one would be, what are we doing to address those families who have outdated communication? Because if it was outdated last year and then it's still outdated this year, and at no point have we made contact, what have we done as a division?
Yeah, so I'll take that one. So, Mr. Riddick, when we had our official rollover on August 4th, we actually sent reminders out to make sure that all of your information was accurate. And then that was also something that the building levels had reinforced to families when it came to registering for the parent-teacher conferences. And we're going to do it again at the end of the 9 weeks, because report cards will be coming out. So we do understand that sometimes with life, things interfere and happen that cause our families sometimes to not remember to update information in our student information system. So we understand that it's going to take several reminders to get it that way. And one of the main things that ends up checking it for us is when it comes to absences, because many of our aspects of that are automated. So if a parent is not being notified of that absence and there's follow-up calls from the main office as well as from the school counselor, that's usually a trigger for us that some information is incorrect. So you'll see another reminder that will come out from us the first week in November at the end of the 9 weeks, and then we'll do one more around the winter holiday time.
Okay, you partially answered my question with that one. I'm looking more in depth to if we can't get in contact with them, how are we reminding them? That's what I want to know, the particular, but I hope I'm making it clear. It's probably error on my end with the way I'm relaying it, so please forgive me. But if we already are having difficulties reaching these families and parents, and we're pushing out reminders, I'm assuming that they're not able to get the reminder because we're having a difficulty. So in addition to the overall reminder, what are we doing to go after these families who are aliens, for the lack of better terms?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's where our social workers come into play. Our social workers come into play for home visits. We also, Dr. Brown's team, Mr. Boone and Dave Lefebvre, especially Mr. Lefebvre, has been known to make some home visits in order to be able to follow up with it. And when it comes to those families who aren't actually responding or are missing the emails, the information is also still available on the website. Now, we are going to take some of the board's suggestions and directives on when it comes to making paper copies more available. We know we do that more at the elementary level than the secondary level. But the good thing about the secondary level is a lot of the same information that goes out to the parents also is tied to the student's email. And we know the student's email is accurate because they're in our system. So we're going to continue to try to reinforce that student perspective of having the student kind of take some responsibility, trying to provide some incentives to get the parents more involved. And we'll try to make sure that we also add that paper component that you all were talking about earlier.
Okay. I have some additional questions regarding the report that was presented today. Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Thank you, Dr. Prince and Dr. Davenport. My next question would be, with Suffolk Public Schools Saturday Academy, which students are we targeting and how are we targeting those students to attend?
Saturday Academy is open to all students. However, teachers are encouraged to share the information and from the building level as well as the classroom level to those parents. And again, we had parent-teacher conference on Monday sharing additional information with parents about SPS Saturday Academy. But we made it broad. We did do a division-wide announcement. We put the registration information out there. We've been sharing this. It's also at the school level. They've pushed it out from their websites. So we are pushing it for all students as it relates to your question, but we do encourage those who are struggling in any of the offered content levels that they register and sign up. We not only have face-to-face opportunities, but you have to register for those virtual opportunities. Those teachers are still coming in and they will work with students virtually.
Okay. My follow-up to that would be, if we have Tier 3 students who are not performing at the level that we need them to perform at, who could benefit from additional remedial services, is there anything that we can do as a division to require those students to attend? Because what happens is you have the overachieving student who normally attends, or one of our Tier 2 students come in, but the base that we want to get are the ones who are usually not in attendance. So we're not really addressing, in this instance, our Tier 3 when we just do a blanket invitation when those who need the laser precision services are given an option as to whether they come or not.
That's a great question as to whether we can require them to attend. No, we cannot. We cannot require them, but we can highly recommend it for them. But internally in the school division, when you get to a tier 3, there's something called an SOS plan, and we go through the SOS process, and that is inclusive of teachers identifying all interventions that have been rolled out for that student, have been provided for that student, and parent conference, parent meetings, one-on-one. They can meet with that teacher. If there's a need to do any tier 2 or tier 3 interventions, that's outlined during an SOS meeting. And so teachers identify as they have, and they have different steps in that process where they say, I've tried this with this student, this reading specialist came in, these supports have been there to assist the student. And so the parent is made aware, and the additional layer of tutoring is offered. But you're right that it is blanket, but again, it starts from the classroom, and no, we can't make them. We can't make them come. We can't require them. However, we strongly encourage it, and as parents taking responsibility for our student, it's an extension, and that's called the parent and school partnership.
So when we say we strongly encourage, what does that look like?
We offer the opportunities. We share multiple opportunities for them to have the interventions that we share with them used at home for those students, and we share our opportunities with them. It is at the elementary level, especially with those different progress reports, those students are sending them home. They're letting the parents know where the students are, but we're doing that at all levels. So parents, again, have a responsibility to connect with their child's teacher. And overall, our parents are wonderful. I don't want that misunderstood. Our parents, we have some very, very involved parents. We have some maybe that we need to encourage more, but it is a parental and school partnership where it works for the student. Yes, we can strongly encourage by providing them the information, sending them, and we do use mail. We use mail regularly to send out information to parents, especially if we're missing them, as Dr. Gordon mentioned. We're missing them a lot, that's an indication. But we do blanket our support and services, but there are interventions that we've put in place in the building, in the classroom, to help support our teachers for those students.
Okay, thank you. And my last question would be, what are we doing to, hold on, no, that's not it. I'm trying to make sure my notes right. As it relates to the additional layer of service that we're providing to our special education families, what were the qualifications that we looked at in making the selection as to which families receive those additional supports?
We asked the teachers to provide us the manipulatives that were needed to go home with their students. And so the teachers sent in lists. We didn't just do a blanket, this may be good for a classroom. Those teachers with identified needs in their classrooms actually gave us the wish list, and we ordered it, and those resources went out to the families. And that's going to happen more often as teachers see needs that will help further enforce and reinforce instruction in their classroom. We get that information, we place the order, and then get it out to the schools, to the classes, so that they can send those home with the students.
And as a follow-up to that, are we offering training to those families on using those manipulatives? I heard you when you said the children, we want to have our students to the point where they can teach the families. But if a child have an inaccurate understanding of using the manipulatives and the parent don't know, there is no checks and balance at home and you're just practicing wrong. Do we have either a video or something on our website that shows the parent how to use it, or is it something like a family night where families are invited to come in and they have fun, but they're also taught the strategies?
There is support for families with manipulatives. They can first contact the teacher on what they received if there's not an understanding of how to use it. And let me give some examples of the manipulatives, like number counters, measuring sticks, things that would reinforce basic fact fluency in math, reading materials, those type of things. So those may not need as much understanding, but we do in the special ed area have the Parent Resource Center, where we have an employee that serves to support families and provide information. That would be one area that Ms. Evett would support a family if they contacted her and asked for support.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Dr. Buck, I do have one additional question that I would like to ask to receive information as it relates to this presentation. I noticed that our schools that we have received accreditation with indicators, if I'm saying it correctly, are our Title I schools. I would like to see our Title I plan and procedure for those schools as to how we're going to implement, how we're going to engage families as partners, and how we can have a holistic viewpoint for those for Title I schools.
And Mr. Riddick, that is part of a requirement for school performance plans that will be posted on every school's website. So that information is actually built in for all Title I schools to include the budgetary impact for that. So that's in every school performance plan that will be rolled out now that we have gotten the plans done at the different levels. That will be on every school's website.
Okay.
So it is built in.
I did look for it before I asked.
It is not there.
Okay, I got you.
It is forthcoming, and that is required. Title I schools must have that information included in their school performance plan.
Yes, thank you.
And I want us to remember, too, with that, just as an add-on, that we're looking at science as a problem for these schools. Not everything, not most things, science. And
Science.
JFK is the only thing that has English. Everything else is science. And so I want to make that clear, because it appears that they were successful in those other areas.
Yes.
We are supporting reading because we know that's a large part of whatever else you have to do. But science is the area.
Correct.
Okay. Vice Chair Byram, did you have questions or comments?
Yes, ma'am, just a couple of things. I want to thank Dr. Branch and Dr. Lawson Davenport for such an excellent presentation and explanation, answering many of my questions. And a special thank you to them and our department for including the regional comparison, which I think is very relevant to our times that we're living in. I see the reflection of the COVID years here, truly reflected across the board. And I believe we are improving, and it is showing in these most recent scores, but it's going to take time to capture that loss of learning. And it can't be done overnight. It's going to take a lot of strategies, and probably even more than we have listed here, I would presume, because we will see that some of these things work very well with some groups, and as Mr. Riddick alluded to, and I believe Ms. Jenkins alluded to, some of them will not be accepted or used as we hope they will be. But I know that this is an all-out effort to capture that loss of learning, and I appreciate that. A couple of things, other things, just one other thing. These additional supports, the Saturday Academy and the Z Block and all of those that you listed, some of those we have used before, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to see some more feedback on these as we progress, to see how we are successful at using those. And I know it's sort of like we've got a drawing board here and we've got all of these things, and it's a big task that we are undertaking. But we're not the only people in this task. It's all over the state, all over the nation. And I think as we go along, we're going to find out that we're going to learn some other things that will probably be even better or support our clientele, our stakeholders, even better than the things that are listed here. We need to have an open mind about this and realize that that would be the possibility. But I would like to see some feedback on the attendance at the Saturday Academy and how all of these manipulatives are being used. If there are changes made as we progress, I'd like to see that. But I do thank the staff for this extensive report. Thank you.
Ms. Byram, thank you so much for your comments. Dr. Branch and the team will provide a feedback in February of 2023. We've kind of targeted the end of the first semester to give you progress on our programs, as well as our achievement updates, as well as our plan to fight chronic absenteeism. So you'll see a feedback from Dr. Branch and the team in February.
Okay, thank you for that information.
And I have a couple of comments. Just want to say, again, thank you for the information you've given. I wanted to make sure everybody had the opportunity to ask questions about the report and get any kind of clarifications they needed. I wanted to say one thing, well, a couple of things. Science is down everywhere. And I suggest with the controversies with history and people's attitudes about history, along the road, we're going to see history is going to be down too. But we'll just wait, because testing goes in waves, and that's one of the things that I look at. The concern that I had, or the question that I had, because I dealt with a parent with this earlier, and I just want us to say this out loud. For some of the advanced courses where kids are having problems, I think we need to know we don't have enough students to make a class in the Saturday Academy. So I want us to talk about what things we do to address it when we don't have enough kids to make a class for Saturday Academy.
So one of the things with the advanced classes, as you heard Dr. Branch mention, the before and after school tutoring, at the secondary level in advanced classes, all teachers are asked to provide tutoring for students. So no matter what course you are enrolled in, students have the opportunity for tutoring from that teacher. One of the things that, for example, in AP classes that is provided is AP Classroom, which I mentioned earlier, which provides practice questions for students. It provides them access to see how the course is laid out with content. There are also open educational resources that are pushed out by the teachers as well for students to kind of self-pace and go back and learn skills that they may have needed for those advanced classes. But tutoring from each teacher is provided for students who are struggling in those areas.
And for a course like math, if they are the drill and practice kinds of things that
Correct.
are
So,
recommended to
yes, actually
to the
Khan
families.
Academy is our primary, because all of the AP courses have been aligned in Khan Academy, and it includes some pre-foundational courses as well. So students who may not be ready for AP pre-calculus can go and do pre-calculus foundational skills where there's a diagnostic, student can identify where their weak areas are and then work through that. The teacher can also work with the student to say, these are the skills you should work on at home. I can help you if you still have understanding, gaps as well.
Thank you. And I do want to say thank you to our teachers, because our teachers have been willing, at least the parents who contacted me have said, the teacher said that they would help my child after school, or the teacher did help my child after school. And I want to say thank you to teachers who do that, because that is extra, and I'm glad that teachers are willing to do that. So when people make negative comments, it's nice to hear that teachers are doing that, and I do appreciate that and want to say that to them. Thank you so much for this report. We do appreciate it. And, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we are going to take a break. So we're going to recess, and we will return at 7 p.m. Good evening. We're back in session, and at this time, Board Member Mayo, would you lead us in the pledge?
Yes, please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We no longer need the action for a closed session, so at this time, I'll entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda.
So move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the agenda. Do we have any comments or questions? Hearing none. Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. At this time, we'll have comments on agenda items from the public. Madam Clerk, would you please read the statement?
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so in the order in which they sign up to speak, that persons in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the board without distraction, and the members of the board and board employees are able to transact the business of the board with minimal disruption. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to the business of the school board of the City of Suffolk. 2, refrain from words or statements which, from their usual construction and common acceptance, are construed as insults and tend to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comment regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate forum for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or, where appropriate, court proceeding. Expressive activities including, but not limited to, petitioning, picketing, displaying signs or posters, solicitation, demonstrating, pamphlet distribution, and conducting polls shall not be permitted in the waiting areas and corridors of any school building in which the board is meeting. Persons addressing the board may deliver to the board or its clerk written materials including reports, statements, exhibits, letters, or signed petitions, and may also make use of any chart or graph during their verbal presentation. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comment but will not comment, deliberate, or take action on them. The school board chair may direct the superintendent to investigate items and report back to the school board at a subsequent meeting. The chairman or other presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chairman or superintendent, a city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at tonight's board meeting. The officer shall, under the discretion of the chairman, superintendent, or other presiding officer, have charge of the auditorium and the waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Please state your name and address before speaking.
Our speaker, we have one speaker this evening. The limit for speaking is 5 minutes. The speaker is Dr. Deborah Wallstrom. She would like to speak to student achievement and purchase cards. We had a report on student achievement at our work session earlier this evening. Dr. Wallstrom, would you come forward? Dr. Deborah Wallstrom. Okay, moving on. At this particular time, Mr. Superintendent, we have a report from you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call to the podium our Community Engagement Officer, Ms. Antoinette Dickens, for our good news report, including our Spotlight on Athletics and Activities, award recognitions, SBS in the community, VSBA Academy Awards. We also have some special recognitions tonight, and then I will do my reports from the superintendent afterwards. Ms. Dickens?
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of our school board, as well as those watching in here tonight. I want to start our good news report this evening with a few spotlights from our school division, starting with a Facebook post that went viral this week. And if you missed it, don't worry, we do have it here. We'll show it to you in just a moment. But Mrs. Duckwell is a member of the cafeteria staff at Nansemond Parkway Elementary, and she's also hearing impaired. A teacher at the school noticed and decided to teach her class how to sign their lunch to Mrs. Duckwell so that she feels included in the Nansemond Parkway family. That teacher is Ms. Mascalani. Principal Wright Davis shared the school's plans to have everyone in the building learn how to sign good morning and good afternoon, since Ms. Duckwell also serves breakfast. The video was shared about 160 times from the followers on the Nansemond Parkway Facebook page, but it had over 15,000 views and had reached over 21,000 users. And Wavy 10 actually caught wind of the video from our SPS Instagram page and paid the students and staff a visit yesterday. This inspirational act of kindness displayed by Ms. Mascalani will be highlighted on Wavy 10's evening news. But we certainly want to thank her for being herself, a true, genuine, and kind-hearted person, and she is truly an asset to our school division. John, if you can play that video for me. Thank you, John. So there you can see the students learning how to say a few of the items that are being served. And you can actually watch the rest of the video on either the Nansemond Parkway Facebook page or the Suffolk Public Schools Division Facebook page. All right, so our second spotlight is going to actually be on our majority to minority transfer option that we have here in Suffolk Public Schools. This option is currently in place at Booker T. Washington Elementary, Elephants Fork Elementary, Mac Ben Jr. Elementary, and Southwestern Elementary. And our communications team would like to share a video created by our digital media specialist highlighting the program and its benefits to our students.
Some parents choose to have their children come to Southwestern to be a part of our family, and they're just part of our community from day one.
That was the best option for him. I wouldn't change it for anything.
The voluntary majority to minority transfer option is currently in place at Booker T. Washington, Elephants Fork, Mac Ben Jr., and Southwestern Elementary Schools. I am Lori Mooney, the proud principal of Southwestern Elementary School here in Suffolk, Virginia. Most of our students are from the southern end of the city. However, Southwestern does participate in the majority to minority program. Students attending a majority school will be allowed the opportunity to attend a school where they will be in the minority. Many parents, such as Larkita Taylor Scott, choose to send all of their children here to Southwestern. Her son started with me several years ago.
To break away from the norm, I decided to apply for the majority to minority program. It offered a lot of diversity and different faces for him, so that way he wouldn't see the same everyday people.
The division will make space available for students who choose to participate in the voluntary majority to minority transfer. Transportation is free. Transportation is provided by the school division, and we're just looking for other Mustangs that want to experience the family out here at Southwestern.
One of the perks from it is that siblings get to come along as well once their turn is up.
And now I have her kindergartner and early start child with me. Students will be allowed to complete their elementary education at the school they started under the majority to minority transfer option.
Seeing my oldest son go through the program, that this would be the right decision for my younger two to go through the program as well and hopefully have as much success.
Students who choose to attend Southwestern under the transfer option will be allowed to attend middle school at Forest Glen Middle. Students who choose to attend Booker T. Washington, Mac Ben Jr., or Elephants Fork Elementary under the transfer option will be allowed to attend middle school at JFK Middle. These students could also choose to attend the middle school which they are zoned to attend. We've had very positive feedback from parents. Students enjoy coming to school, they seem to be more motivated, and they enjoy their classmates.
I can't say what his experience would have been if he had gone to his own school, I don't know. But what I do know is that he has had a great experience, and I wouldn't change it for the world. Makes me feel like Supermom.
Questions on the majority to minority transfer option may be directed to either your school principal or Ms. Catherine Pichon, Director of Elementary Leadership, 757-925-6760.
Thank you, John. So certainly, as you can see from the video, there are several benefits to the majority to minority transfer option. And if you're interested in learning more, you can find information on our SPS website. All right, so we want to take a moment to recognize some of our students, some of our athletic and activities accomplishments. Of course, congratulations to the Kings Fork High School Mighty Marching Bulldogs on their award-winning performance at the 2022 IC Norcom Big Dog Band Day competition. So the band did receive the following accolades: first place overall flag, first place overall dance, first place overall majorettes, first place overall drum major, first place overall music, first place double A band, third place overall drumline, and the Grand Champion Award for the highest scoring band at the event. And congratulations also to the Lakeland High School Quiet Storm Marching Band for their success at the Norview High School Pilot Classic Band Day competition. Their awards include first place flag, first place majorette, first place dancer, first place drum major, first place band single A division, second place marching band and maneuvering, and third place percussion. And of course, we've had several other athletic accomplishments since the end of September, and we'll be sure to highlight those at our next board meeting. All right, moving into our awards and recognitions, the College and Career Academy at Pruden, or CCAP, did receive an award or recognition for the Early Childhood Education Program. It was named the Region 2 CTE Program of the Year. The CCAP Welding Program, in partnership with Amatis, received the Region 2 Business and Industry Partnership Award. And there you have photos of Mr. Jonathan Graham, who received the award from Amatis Industries, and our very own Ms. Rhonda Culpepper, Early Childhood Education Teacher, who received her award as well. As always, we like to recognize our teachers. So we do have our teacher spotlight for the month of September, and we'll recognize Mr. Donald Shovley from Creekside Middle School, Miss Sarah Patton from Kingsburg High School, Katrina Almond from Turlington Woods School, Maya Collins from the College and Career Academy at Pruden, Elizabeth Short from Kilby Shores Elementary, Navanya Thomas from John F. Kennedy Middle, Courtney Furak from Lakeland High School, Latricia Herring from Colonel Fred Cherry and John Yates Middle, and Keisha Thomas from Northern Shores Elementary. And continuing with our awards and recognition, so this one is a very significant award. We will recognize all of our bus drivers who received perfect attendance for the month of September. Of course, we know that bus drivers play a very important role in our school division for transporting our children to and from school on a daily basis. So I will now invite Mr. Kevin Privet and Ms. Beverly Young up to the podium.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, board members, and Dr. Gordon. We're here tonight to recognize our bus drivers that had perfect attendance in the month of September. And before we call them up, I would just like to say this is a testament to all the bus drivers that had perfect attendance, up to the dedication they have to the students of Suffolk Public Schools. So I just really think they need to be applauded even before they come. So we ask when we call your name, we'll start with the bus aides first. They're just as important as bus drivers. We're going to call the bus aide first, and after the bus aides, we'll call the bus drivers. So when you hear your name called, will you please come forward?
Quentin Boone, Calvin Boone, Catherine Brinkley, Michelle Brotherton, Brenda Cross, Janice Fry, Mary Giles, Keisha Graves, Sheila Griffin, Jaleesa Hayes, Faith Holloman, Carolyn Holloman, Dorothy Jones, Natika Kelly, Lorraine Moody, and Inetta Ramsey.
That's what I was hoping.
It's like 80 of them.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Natika Kelly. Thank you. Hey, Robert. He is. Sheila Griffin.
One at a time, Beth.
Stacy Adams, Carrie Artis, Nicole Barrett, Alfonso Boone, Christine Bradshaw, Mary Brown Rolick, Addie Bull, James Butts, Mary Jo Cheney, Nanette Chapman, Lakita Cooley, Priscilla Cross, Reginald Darden,
Oh, okay.
Sierra Davis, Jennifer Davis, Joy Dorr, Sharon Eaton, Della Ely, Tammy Epps, Elizabeth Fegans, Esther Hawks, Ramona Holland, William Horner, Carlene Johnson, Joanne Johnson, Natalie Jones, Bridget Jordan, Vivian Knight, Carolyn Liggins, Deborah Martin, Burnley Miller, Barbara Miskin, Michelle Moran, Lori Norfleet, and Melba Osborne. Deborah Radford, Mary Rogers, Sandra Snell, Robin Schneider, Emmanuel Vincent, Daryl White,
Having to wait in the back seat, spotting somebody not doing what they're supposed to do. Because they were mumbling back there in the back.
Rutherford Whitfield, Lisa Williams, Tina Williams, Michelle Wood, Sandra Wright. Jenny Lagan and Stephanie Odom.
Give me 5. Give me. Me. Prove it. You've been here long enough.
Thank you again for supporting us.
Before I turn this back over to Dr. Buck, I also want to personally say thank you to all of our drivers. You all work so hard. And I've said it all the time. You are the very first face that our kids see. Many times the last face they see in the afternoon before they get home. And the fact that a lot of you all have taken on extra runs, you have worked twice as hard on Fridays. You've done a lot of things to really show your love and support. And Ms. Mayo has been giving me a lot of history. A lot of you all actually were bus drivers during the time that she was an assistant principal and principal in the 90s. And you're still here, still here. That's what it's all about. So as we always do, I always want to make sure that we also can celebrate you. So in your next check, you're going to have some extra money, a $150 bonus for all of your hard work that you all have done. Thank you all so much for everything.
And please don't leave. Please don't leave. There are some board members I know who would like to say some things to you all. Some who've worked with you, and some who've worked with you in other capacities, and some who just want to say some nice things to you.
Go first.
Okay.
Go ahead, I just want to say you all are the bomb. I love bus drivers. That's the first thing I wanted to do when I grew up, was to be a bus driver. I think you all are amazing, and the things that you all deal with the children in situations of today, you are the superheroes. You should wear a cape every day. And driving that big bus and all the different things that's going on the highways, and you have to have your attention in front of you, beside you, behind you. Again, you're amazing, and thank you for all that you do.
Board Member Howell.
I'll just offer my very simple and brief thanks to you as well for your dedication. Perfect attendance for September obviously is amazing, but some of the faces that I see here that I've seen for years, Miss Martin may not remember, but she drove my little kiddos at Mount Zion Elementary School when I taught early childhood special ed, and she had some vivacious characters, and here she still stands. So I thank all of you for your dedication. You are the start of the success stories of these kiddos.
Board Member Mayo.
I just want to say thank you for your service and for all you do for Suffolk Public Schools. And I do have a history with some of you, but I won't name names because I don't want to leave anyone out. But just thank you so much for your dedication, for your tenacity, and for everything that you do. You are the superheroes, as Mrs. Jenkins alluded to. Thank you so much.
Board Member Riddick.
I just want to take this time to really say a special thank you. As you know, I used to drive with you, and I want to say thank you because you oftentimes wear multiple hats at the same time. You are the first face that our students see and the last face our students see. You're not only just a bus driver, you're a guidance counselor, you're a listening ear, you are a breath of fresh air. And I just want to say thank you because truly, education would be difficult if we couldn't get our children to school. And I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate each and every last one of you. Thank you and have a blessed evening.
Vice Chair Byram.
Yes, I just want to say ditto. Congratulations. I appreciate all you do for Suffolk Public Schools. Like Mr. Riddick said, you really help us in so many ways. You're not only a bus driver, you're social workers, you're mother, father, grandparent, you're a listening ear to these children. Many of them respect you and love you well, and they never forget you. And there are many in the audience that were bus drivers when I was teaching at John Yates High School and at Nansemond River High School. And they have been consistent and faithful employees, and I really appreciate that. There's even one or two, I will call names, Ms. Stephanie Odom, who I taught with for many years. She was a PE teacher. Then she went on to Lakeland High School, and she loved it so much when she retired, she became a bus driver. So I encourage other people who are interested, join us because it is a worthwhile occupation, and we do appreciate what you do. And Mr. Whitfield, you are an institution. I love you, and I appreciate you too. Thank you.
And I just want to say all of that and more. I want to say that you set the tone for the day for our children. When you meet them, when you pick them up in the morning, and when you have them take their seats, I know that I would probably not, my children would probably say, Mama, you cannot be a bus driver, because when I was driving with them and they were misbehaving, I was using this arm, strengthening it, tell them to sit down and do what you're supposed to do because you make me nervous. You all do a wonderful job, and we're just so proud of you. And being able to give you some compensation really makes my heart glad, because you do deserve what you get, and you deserve much, much more. But we are so grateful to you for what you do, and we just want to say thank you. Thank you for what you do. We know as you tip out, because we know you're going to leave because you got to go home because you get up early in the morning. But we just wanted to say while you're here, thank you so much for what you do.
Yes. What's next?
In the community.
Grants and award.
As soon as they leave, you can pick back up.
Okay, all right. All right, we want to thank our bus drivers again, and as they are heading out, we'll go ahead and continue forward with our good news report. All right, we want to highlight some activities that our school division has done in the community in recognition of Mental Health Awareness and Suicide Prevention Month. Our community engagement team partnered with Organic Roots Yoga Studio right here in Suffolk to host yoga sessions for our students, staff, and for our parents. So we wanted to stress the importance of taking the time out to actually practice self-care and to implement some breathing techniques and different methods that Organic Roots was able to share with our community to handle stress and other factors. So there are just a few photos. I think I lost the film. Had to find the clicker, but there are just a few photos that I want to share with y'all. These are some images of some of our staff participants there right here at Kingsford Middle, as well as some of our student participants. And I included a few quotes that I heard from the students and from parents as they were leaving the event at the end of each session. So they said that they did feel well rested and like they were ready to start their day off on a positive note. Some of the students said that practicing self-care was fun and asked, can we do this again? So definitely a lot of positive feedback, and so we hope to continue this event various times throughout the year, maybe around testing time or periods where we know that can be highly stressful. All right, and members of the Downtown Suffolk Rotary Club, the North Suffolk Rotary Club, the Suffolk Education Foundation, and Suffolk Business Women came out to our Operations Center to label reading books in preparation for the All District Reads or All Suffolk Reads launch next month. We thank them for their support and partnership of Suffolk Public Schools. All District Reads does kick off on October 21st. So elementary students in the district will receive 2 books. Well, they do receive 2 books each year, along with accompanying family resources to resource guides at absolutely no cost to families. So the entire SPS community will read the book together at the same time. And I just want to acknowledge as well that the book that we're going to start reading is Cleo Edison Oliver, CEO Playground Millionaire by Sunday T. Frazier. All right, and then I just want to acknowledge some clips that we've had in the news recently, some positive news clips from WTKR, Wavy 10, and Suffolk News Herald. As you can see, Florence Bowser Elementary was highlighted recently for celebrating 100 years, as well as 2 of our high school golfers who were also highlighted on WTKR News 3 for showing that sports has no limitation. And those are 2 links that you can find still on the actual local news websites. Ms. Mascaloni, as I referenced earlier, was featured on Wavy 10, and then the Suffolk News Herald included members of our staff in their Locals Choice Award. So Best Public School in Suffolk went to Creekside Elementary, who received the gold medal, and Kilby Shores Elementary silver, Southwestern Elementary bronze. Best School Principal in Suffolk went to Chanel Woods from John F. Kennedy Middle School. She did receive the gold award, and Miss Tara Outland from Creekside Elementary, who received bronze. And Best School Teacher in Suffolk, Miss Gina Herr from John Yates Middle School received silver, and Carrie Patterson from Southwestern Elementary received bronze. All right, Kingsford High School Watchdog Club was recognized for the 2022 School Safety Training Forum. Kingsford received $500 on behalf of Governor Glenn Youngkin, Secretary of Public Safety and Homeland Security, Sheriff Bob Mosier, the Department of Criminal Justice Services, and the Virginia Center for School and Campus Safety. All right, and very last, I do want to invite Mr. Jacob Peterson from the United Way up to the podium, as well as our superintendent, Dr. Don Gordon, for a special community initiative recognition.
Thank you, and good evening, board. Thank you for having me here today. I'm here on behalf of United Way of Southampton Roads, your local United Way chapter, because we wanted to give a special honor and recognition to Suffolk Public Schools in particular. Suffolk Public Schools has been a longtime partner for United Way of Southampton Roads, as many of you know. We run the annual United Way campaign to help support and give back to the local community social service sector here, which has been especially critical. And so one of the reasons we're honoring Suffolk Public Schools in particular is we're honoring organizations who over the last couple years have gone through very challenging times, but still have prioritized giving back through the annual campaign. Just in the last 4 years, Suffolk Public Schools employees and students have raised over $132,000 that has been able to go back into this community just in the last 4 years through the annual campaign. That has helped support more than 100 local nonprofit organizations and has allowed us to grant and fund and partner with organizations such as the Children's Center, Planning Council, Salvation Army, the Up Center, and our partnership on Summer Academy. And I just want to say the contributions people have given through the annual campaign have been particularly meaningful this last 2 years, as many of the organizations I just mentioned have not only been asked to play an increased role to help support the local community, but also did not have the benefit of fundraising events and galas and fun runs and typical ways that they traditionally raise a portion of their revenue. So this has been a critical lifeline really to those organizations being able to continue to serve the local community. And so to honor that, what I have tonight is our 2022 Community Cares Award that we'd like to present to Suffolk Public Schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you. One of the priorities that we've had in Suffolk, and we've done this for several years now, is to try to model for our young people the importance of service without the benefit of pay, but giving back to the community. And I think this is a prime example of what we've tried to model and what we've tried to teach them to do with their community service contributions and their community service activities and even their community service requirement. So this is an exciting, a very exciting time for us and an exciting award. And we just want to thank you, Dr. Gordon, and the Suffolk Public Schools family for what you just did. We are so proud of you for what you've done. Thank you. And right now, it's time for me to give some awards to the board. One of the things that is required, and as elections are here and people try to, people run for office and people try to be a part of the school board, oftentimes they look at what you do and it looks easy when you do it, but there is some training that is required even after you get the job. And because people are willing to learn, training is necessary. People are willing to learn, they are recognized. So the Virginia School Boards Association is one of the bodies from which we get a majority of our training. And there is a program that they call the Academy Awards. And let me just read this for you. The association recognizes board members for their dedication, time, and hard work in improving boardmanship skills through the VSBA, meetings, conferences, board development and training, and active involvement in the association. VSBA, members earn credits for VSBA Academy Awards which are based on participation from July 1 to July 30th of each year. There are 5 levels of awards with certificates and pins awarded for particular levels. The VSBA Academy Awards are presented annually to school board members who meet the requirements. At this time, we have for the award of recognition, which is the first level, Ms. Keisha Hicks, would you come forward? This is your award of recognition. Okay. Mr. Tyron Reddick, the award of recognition for you. Okay. The next level award is the award of achievement, and that goes to Dr. John B. Gordon III.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. And our new board member, Mrs. Heather Howell. The next level of achievement is the Award of Excellence. And that Award of Excellence will go to Ms. Tasha Gardner. Did I just hand you? Sorry about that. Excuse me, John, you got the Award of Excellence as well. Sorry about that. And the next level is the Award of Honor, which goes to Board Member Karen Jenkins. And the final award is the Award of Distinction. And Mrs. Byram, I'm going to give that to, since you're not here in person, I'll show it to you. The Award of Distinction is the highest award. And you'll actually be celebrated. We hope that you can join us at a luncheon at the VSBA conference in November. The Award of Distinction to Ms. Byram. The Award of Distinction also goes to Mrs. Board Member Loretta Mayo. Congratulations. The Award of Distinction, Mrs. Story is not here. Maybe she's watching us at home. Board Member Sherry Story. And you can read mine.
Yes, and the last award of distinction goes to Dr. Judith Brooks Buck. Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
It's back to me.
And it's back to Dr. Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all of our board members and our board staff for modeling professional learning in the school division. I want to talk about our calendar of special events. October is special for several months, including Breast Cancer Awareness Month. We actually are going to celebrate our Pink Day on October 18th, Bullying Prevention Month, Disability Awareness, Dyslexia Awareness, National Arts and Humanities Month, National Cybersecurity Awareness Month. I know Mr. Littlefield is happy to hear about that. This is also National Principals Appreciation Month. This is the week we're currently in. It's National Fire Prevention Week. As we know, this past Monday, we just had our first parent-teacher conference for early release for students. This week is also Grandparents Week and National School Lunch Week. National Boss Appreciation Day is October 16th. Take care of your bosses. National School Bus Safety Week is October 17th to the 21st. Again, thank you to all of our transportation workers. Again, the Go Pink Day is October 18th. All district reads kickoff is October 21st. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. National Red Ribbon Week is October 23rd to the 31st. This just in, our special education department is putting on a big feet meet for our secondary special education program students, which will be at Kings Fork High School on October 27th. As we look forward to November, November is Native American Heritage Month. Also, don't forget, standard time change, daylight savings time, the fall back will be November 6th. Then the first grading period is November 7th. The 8th is a virtual clerical day for teachers, no school for students, which is also election day on November 8th. The beginning of the second grading period will be November 9th, and our next school board meeting will be November 10th. I also want to highlight my reports from the superintendent. Yesterday, I had the distinct honor of speaking to Mrs. Boone's class at Kingsford High School on the Divine Nine, specifically Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. Thank you to Dr. Buck and to Mr. Fortune for attending. Last night, we also participated in the inaugural KA Psi Guy Right program with 5 members of the Kings Fork High School men's basketball team. We discussed college application process, upcoming SAT dates, as well as learning how to tie Windsor knots. A special thank you to Coach Rick Height for encouraging his players to attend. Yesterday at the Region 2 and HRETA meeting, both Dr. Buck and I attended, and we publicized our partnership with All District Reads. This program focused on student literacy, reading for pleasure, and incorporating family and student reading time during the school day and at home. Our selected book, if you don't mind me holding that up, Dr. Buck, is Cleo Edison Oliver, CEO, Playground Millionaire, which will debut on October 21st, next Friday. On this day, you will see a special video from me reading chapter 1, and in the following days, there will be additional guest readers, such as Dr. Branch, who read chapter 2, Dr. Buck, who closes us out reading chapter 15, and our own Delegate Jenkins is sprinkled in there in the middle. This is a family and school reading experience for all of our elementary students in Suffolk Public Schools. We are the first school division in Region 2 to participate. I also want to inform the school community we're going to pilot, as a part of our school safety initiatives, a clear book bag initiative at our secondary schools. Secondary students will have the option to receive a free SPS Clear book bag to assist in expediting school security checks, as well as an additional method for staff support. Again, students can receive these book bags on a voluntary basis. More information will be provided by the division and schools next week. I also want to provide an update on the recent early start to the school year survey that the school distributed to our school community. This information was needed as evidence to take back to our calendar committee, as well as to our regional colleagues and other school divisions as we try to align our calendars as much as possible. There were a total of 5,800 responses, with 2,800 coming from parents, 1,561 coming from students in grades 8 through 12, 1,377 from staff, and 49 from community members. 53% felt that the school year should not begin before Labor Day. 64% of our students and 51% of our staff felt that the school year should not start earlier. The largest concerns that drove those percentages were the potential to affect current summer plans, as well as planning for instructional staff. We will share aspects of the executive summary on our website next week for more information. As a reminder and as an informational item, Suffolk Public Schools will continue to start post-Labor Day for the 2023-2024 school year. I also want to take some time to address last week's City Council meeting that took place on October 5th, 22. Ms. Forsman and I decided to attend the meeting in case there were questions on the $394,000 that we requested that the city reappropriate back to Suffolk Public Schools in order for sinkhole repairs. But the discussion was not focused on sinkhole repairs, but instead was focused on $6.8 million in encumbered funds that the school division currently has. I would like to reinforce the following previously explained facts about encumbered contracts, as well as the partnership between City Council and the school board. Encumbered contracts show an outstanding commitment by an organization that is required to avoid budget overspending. These are contracts that SPS enters with specific vendors to provide specific goods and services. Encumbered funds are not slush money. They are not leftover money. It is money that has already been allocated for specific items. This issue has been explained by Dr. Buck when the question was raised during the June 22 school board meeting, as well as Ms. Forsman during that same meeting. Every year, Suffolk Public Schools has encumbered funds. Every year, Suffolk Public Schools has money that is temporarily sent back to the city by June 30th, and then the city reappropriates it back to the SPS. It is common practice, financially safe, and necessary for all school districts. Here's a 5-year history of encumbered funds. In 2018-19, $5.3 million for things such as a purchase of 10 school buses, roof repairs, playgrounds at Elephants Fork and Booker T. Washington, textbook adoption. In 2019-2020, $5.6 million. Again, textbook adoption, playgrounds at Nansemond Parkway and Kilby Shores, replacement of student desks, whiteboard installation, sound system repairs, and air conditioning for over 40 buses. In 2020-2021, $6.2 million. whiteboard installations, musical instrument replacements. You can see the investment based on what you saw from Kingsford High School and Lakeland High School's bands. Replacement of student desks, replacement of car to tile in classrooms, stadium speakers at Lakeland High Schools, 2 F-150 pickup trucks for the maintenance department. In 2021-2022, the discussion centered around $6.8 million, and I provided the big picture items to both City Council and to the City Manager on October 5th. These amounts have increased over the last couple of years because the supply chain issues are real and still exist. There are extended wait periods for many large items, including school buses, computers, staff and student furniture, and playground equipment as examples. At the June 2022 school board meeting, Resolution 21/22-21 specifically details everything that our encumbered contracts were for in the last paragraph. And also was stated in that same resolution on September 8th, 2022, the financial report for June 30th finally clearly details these encumbrances. All you have to do is take a look at it and read. Today, I want to really begin to reiterate once again about the partnership between City Council and Suffolk Public Schools. City Council does not control how we spend our funds, nor can they dictate how money can be spent. There have been several instances over the last few years where we have received messages about concerns about major projects, investment in our human resources, or others. We must take money from something that is needed in order to meet the needs of our school division. It doesn't work that way. Suffolk Public Schools should not have to rob Peter to pay Paul. I'm not going to choose between making up the difference on a capital improvement project appropriation by not giving staff the raises that they deserve. We do not ask the city for money to pay for our roofs, HVAC repairs, sinkhole repairs. All these funds come out of the operating budget. Sinkhole repairs are safety issues, emergencies that the school division is now having to plan for. Last week we were at $1.8 million, now we're at $1.916 million based on the latest repair at Kings Fork High School. Lastly, we can't allow people to continue to insult the integrity of our budget and finance team. Ms. Forsman is the best in the business. Special shout out to other previous people that I've worked with, such as Christina Berter and David Baker, but she's the best I've ever seen. Today, we need to end the thought of thinking that our finance team needs to answer to anything. They have perfect audits. Major projects move forward. I don't understand why this is still an issue, except for if the concern or question is just for control. I've been in the field of education for 26 years, working and living in Henrico, Eastern Shore of Maryland, Richmond City, Chesterfield twice, Fredericksburg, and now Suffolk. It's been a concentrated and systemic effort to prevent a school division from obtaining the financial and communal support that is needed for success. This is what it's all about. Every year, when we talk about the importance of public education, it always comes to the forefront during election time. And every year at the October meeting, I always discuss the importance of Suffolk Public Schools being the largest employer in the city of Suffolk, 2,350 employees. And we always encourage all of our citizens to go out to vote. As a former history and government teacher, I feel like it's part of our civic duty, and I love to discuss politics. But I also encourage all of our citizens, as well as our employees, to vote for those individuals that support public schools. We have local elections in Chuckatuck, Cypress, Holy Neck, the Suffolk Borough. And as you go to the ballot box and you're looking to trying to decide which one you're going to support the one that supports public schools. There is a statewide and national plan to reroute money from public schools to private schools, from public schools to charter schools. We cannot allow this to happen in Suffolk. Our employees, again, who are the largest employee group in the city, and our citizens, who are huge supporters of Suffolk Public Schools, will support the candidates to support the public school system. This is a very important election for this reason, and these are the supports that we're going to need in order to continue to move the school division forward to become the premier school division in the country. Thank you, Dr. Buck.
Board members, this time we need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the consent agenda. Are there questions? Being there are no questions, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo,
Yes.
Board Member Riddick,
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram,
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck.
Yes,
Motion passed.
thank you. We're going to move forward now with new business with the 4x4 block scheduling. We heard a presentation on the 4x4 block scheduling. We have discussed the 4x4 block scheduling. If there are questions about the 4x4 block scheduling, we've had a presentation on it, but we're going to allow board members, if they have questions, to focus those questions. And let me finish this sentence. If you have questions, I would like for you to write those questions or get those questions down, and we're going to have a staff member come forward to share some information with us.
Thank you, Dr. Buck. I'm going to call to the podium Dr. Sinette Bird, Chief of Schools, Dr. Angela King, Coordinator of School Counseling, Dr. Ron Lee, Director of Secondary Leadership, to discuss 4x4 and a recommendation from staff. Dr. Bird?
All right, thank you, Dr. Gordon. Greetings, Board Chair, Dr. Brooks Buck, Vice Chair Byram, members of the school board, and our viewing audience. My name is Sinette Bird III, and I have the honor of serving as your Chief of Schools. As Dr. Gordon just mentioned, along with me today are Dr. Ronald Lee, Director of Secondary Leadership, and Dr. Angela King, Coordinator of School Counselors. Our agenda today, we will talk about what is a 4x4 block, provide a sample schedule. We'll discuss the reasons for change, the opportunities that we have given for input, as well as our next steps. And followed by that, we can answer any questions that you may have. So first of all, what is a 4x4 schedule? Under the 4x4 schedule, or sometimes referred to as block schedule, high school students attend 4 classes every day for approximately 90 minutes per period. Students complete each of the 4 classes in 1 semester, with some exceptions, and take 4 new courses during the second semester for a total of 8 classes per year. Currently, students take 7 classes per year. The teacher workload would change from preparing for 5 or more classes throughout the year to only teaching 3 classes per semester. This schedule allows for a continuation of instruction. As an example, we may think of a student who is engaged in a rich history discussion or reading a book. And on our current schedule, the following day they would take a separate set of classes, let's call that B day, and then return to hear the remainder of that history lesson or get immersed in that book. With this new schedule, it will allow for that student to go to the same class every day. It would also prevent the teacher from having to remember where they left off with one class and referring back to it the day after next. Finally, this schedule allows for routines to remain consistent for the entire semester. If you have worked in a high school or have had a high school student, you may have heard comments such as, "Is today odd or even day? I brought the wrong books to school today. Do you know what lunch this child is in? I can't remember if this is the day where they get a first lunch or a third lunch." At this time, I will turn the presentation over to Dr. King, who will share a sample schedule and discuss reasons for change.
Thank you, Dr. Bird. Good evening, everyone. As Dr. Bird mentioned, here is the current SPS schedule and a sample 4x4 schedule. So why change? As you may or may not know, I came from a 4x4 schedule. In comparing the 2 schedules, benefits of a 4x4 that I've noticed are increased credit opportunities. We would be going to 32 versus the current 28. This gives accelerated students additional opportunities and offers a student that needs to repeat a course the opportunity to make that course up without falling behind, which in turn increases on-time graduation rates. This increased opportunities to earn advanced studies diploma versus a standard diploma. Advanced studies, as you know, requires 26 credits, standard 22. More exploration opportunities, like electives or earning industry credentials or certifications. Increased access to advanced courses like dual credit courses and AP courses, which is a way to earn college credit while still in high school. Increased opportunities for earning verified credits. Each student currently must earn 5 to graduate. These are your SOLs. More options for students who participate in music and specialty programs. Increased senior competitiveness. Students at this point would have a real-time GPA at the midpoint of the year, which aligns with neighboring districts. It also mirrors a college schedule in that students complete classes each semester, thereby preparing our college-bound students for success after high school. There's a potential for less preps and planning for teachers, and a potential for stronger teacher-student relationships because teachers see fewer students per day. As you can see by this slide, many schools in our region are already on a 4x4. Why does this matter? Transfers. The best way to explain this is to use an example. So currently, if a student transferred to Suffolk mid-year from a 4x4, that student has completed 4 classes and needs to start new ones. But our students are already halfway through all their classes, making scheduling very tricky because we must meet VDOE seat time requirements to give students credit for a class. So for instance, if that student needs Spanish 2, we can't just put them in that class because our students are already halfway through that course at that point. By moving to a 4x4, we would be better aligned with surrounding districts. Now I turn it over to Dr. Lee.
Good evening. So what input did we get? First, we provided surveys to faculty, parents, and staff and students, which you'll see later on. And we conducted a committee meeting, a 4x4 committee meeting, which consisted of SAO administrators, high school principals, and guidance staff. And at that meeting, we did conduct a SWOT analysis. What were the recommendations? After evaluating block schedule and the SWOT analysis, we evaluated the pros and cons that were related to the implementation of the 4x4 block schedule compared to the alternating A-B schedule that we have now. And our committee was ready, and we are ready to proceed with the recommendation to proceed with a block schedule for the 23-24 school year. Speaking of the stakeholders and the survey, as you can see, we had over 900 responses from the high schools as well as the parents, faculty, staff, and students. And as you can see, the parents were the largest respondents, with 56% who said they were very excited about going to the block schedule, 21% saying they weren't sure, and 23% needing more information. That survey took place between September 22nd and October the 7th. And so here you see what the response was with over 900. I'll now turn it over to Dr. Berger.
All right, thank you, Dr. Lee. So we learned a lot from our efforts to reach out. Keep in mind that the purpose of this survey was to assist in determining next steps that you will see here on this particular slide. We had already discussed pros and cons, and being that we are moving forward, we were, really excited about some of the positive things for not only of our students that was shared earlier, but also for our staff members. As an example, if we think of a English teacher on a current schedule, they may be teaching 3 classes or 75 students, and imagine them assigning an essay for that class to write. Well, on the next day, they see an additional 50 plus students, and once again, leaving them with over 125 essays to be graded. The potential for multiple preparations. With this new schedule, we saw that the teachers would only have those 3 classes that they see every day, which would be a lighter burden in terms of grading. However, with our feedback that we received, we also recognize that there are some other perspectives, such as over the course of the entire year, a teacher would be seeing an additional 25 more students when you put the 2 semesters together. So some of the things that we are looking at to make sure we address those concerns is hiring additional staff so that teachers will have no duty requirements that they currently have now, and being sure to protect teacher planning period. And these are just a few. But other lessons we learned from this survey is that we need to continue to educate and prepare our community. There were still some questions and some lack of understanding of what is involved with the block schedule, so we need to make sure we do that. We need to finalize a bell schedule. Dr. King showed you a very basic version, but of course we would need to tweak that based on our school times and bus schedules. Next, we need to solidify staffing. There's still some exploration to be done if more staffing will be needed and how much more. We definitely know we need to maximize our credit and advancement opportunities by offering more higher level courses, and putting incentives in place for students to really take advantage of those 4 extra courses. We know that high school this time in a student's life is the perfect opportunity in a child's life to really explore what it is they want to be in the future. And so we want to make sure they take advantage of these opportunities. And that concludes our presentation. Are there any questions we can answer for you?
Board members, do you have questions? Okay. Board Member Howell.
I am going to speak on behalf of the emails that we've received with questions that you did not address. You did address some of them. I just want to clarify. You said with this 4x4, your intent is that they will not have a duty station during their planning block?
That is correct.
Okay. I see where you say you have to solidify staffing. So at this time, you don't know how many more teachers will need to make this run effectively?
We've looked at a couple of examples. We have a neighboring school in one of our neighboring districts that is the same size as one of our schools and has shown that they were able to have the same amount of staff as we have with a 4x4 block schedule. However, I will say that our efforts to want to offer additional classes may cause us to have to hire additional staff to meet the needs of specialty offerings that we want to offer.
Okay, so to clarify, you're saying this neighboring district operates with this 4x4 with the same staff we currently have?
That's correct.
And do you know if they require a duty block of their teachers?
They do not.
No? Okay. Are class sizes going to change at all?
They should not.
Okay. I understand the perspective you gave about having to grade 75 essays and then the next day adding another 50 to that. Have you considered at all, though, the expectation of turnaround time for grading, since they're going to be seeing these students every day instead of having a gap in between, how that would affect their workload?
I think there are a couple ways to look at that, much like that example of the English teacher who may see it as now with this new schedule, I will have this responsibility for more kids during the year. But on the other side, there's only the 3 preps. Currently in our current schedule, a teacher could have 5 different courses that they sit down and plan for each night. So in that specific example that you gave, if I provide an assignment, do I need to have it graded that very next day? I think that depends on what the assignment is. Some things can be done electronically, quickly. Other things, like an English essay, they take time, and we would not expect a teacher to have graded 75 papers in one day, for example.
Okay. How does this affect our AP students who, for example, would take their class in the fall, but then they have the test in May? So if they were to take a class in the spring, they're technically not finished with the class before they take the test. Or if they take their AP class in the fall, then their AP exam isn't for another 4 months after they've completed the class.
Okay, that's a good question. One of the things with some of our AP classes, not all of them, some of them require the 2 block periods. And so that, therefore, some of our students in our advanced classes, specialty programs, the performing arts, because of the requirements of that course, they actually lose a block and they have a harder time trying to get exploratory options in. So in that case, this schedule would help them. in a schedule that is a semester course, we do recognize that there may be a gap. For example, in mathematics, a student could conceivably take a course during the first semester of 1 year and not take the follow-up course for another 2 semesters. We recognize that, so we want to make sure that we are filling in those gaps with courses that will help them to continue to hone those skills. So for example, a student who has taken Algebra 1, and now they may be a couple semesters before geometry, we have other courses such as algebra functions, data analysis, computer science, other things that just help them keep sharp with those skills. Also, we want to make sure we would do strategic scheduling so that if a course was taken first semester, that the follow-up course didn't wait till the second semester of the second year.
And I just want to add to that, Ms. Howell. So one of the things that you heard Dr. King say and Dr. Byrd describes, this won't be for 100% of the courses. So for the AP classes, for example, if the College Board has decided that that course is going to have the AP exam in May, there's a chance that that course would beat all year, but it could be a 2-credit class. Those are some of the things that Dr. Byrd was referring to when he said it would be some strategic scheduling. So we actually will have to take a look at every AP course to see how many of them are actually offered. Because when I was a high school principal and did the 4x4, my kids actually took their AP exams in December. So the College Board does get some flexibility on which ones are actually taken in May and which ones can actually occur on the block schedule. And those will be the ones that we would schedule in that 4x4 block.
And is there somebody that you all are working with for guidance and how to transition to this strategic scheduling? I mean, obviously in advance of next June when we really really hit the ground.
So the good thing is that Dr. King came from Chesapeake. She has several years of experience. In all 5 years that I was a high school principal, I also have several years of experience. And so Dr. Lee has actually led several focus teams that have visited several schools. What we want to be able to do is to customize how this is going to work. And that was part of the reason why the slide that Dr. Lee reviewed had teachers on the committee. We wanted to be able to get that teacher feedback. The main thing is to determine, based on some surveys that Dr. Lawson Davenport has done in the past, which additional courses we're going to add. The transition isn't as difficult as it may look, because we already have 4 periods a day. It's just a matter now of making sure that we're giving kids more opportunities with those courses. And as Dr. Byrd stated, educating everyone on the ability to have 32 credits. I created a 32 credit diploma when I was a high school principal and provided some incentives to the kids to make sure they didn't try to graduate early. We're still going to preserve, you can't take English 12 or Government 12 until your senior year, but you may end up having some students that may finish first semester of their senior year. Our plan is to also push those kids to get more dual enrollment, to push those kids to have more opportunities to earn more associate degrees. We also think that that number is going to go up. We believe that the associate degree number will go up. We believe that advanced diploma status will also go up. Because of the 26 credits that Dr. King had mentioned, now you actually have more flexibility to get more credits in. So we definitely believe that the pros outweigh the cons in moving to this.
Okay. I mean, you understand it's my duty to reflect back what has been fed to me as concerns, and especially if I don't have the answers and I can't explain it. So that's why I bring it here. The biggest concern from teachers that reached out to me. Now, you did say there were teachers on the committee? Okay. I'm sorry. I must have misunderstood, because I heard you say the high school principals, SAO staff, and then counselors. I didn't hear you say there were teachers on the committee. So that does give me a little bit of peace there. Obviously, the concern that we got most of the same emails, I got 2 specific to my school that you all maybe didn't, is the workload. Presumably, from their vantage point, is that it's going to be greater because there's a shorter amount of time to accomplish what they are used to having a year to accomplish. So that was a big concern repeated in most of the emails that I received. And then from my own perspective, just wanting to understand, like we already have in the personnel report, so many long-term subs and then teachers at the high school picking up that extra block that do it for compensation. Now, is this going to require more staffing? And if so, how much more, and what is that going to look like in the budget? And if not, if it doesn't require more staffing, is it because they're splitting their planning block with duty and planning? And these are just all pieces that I think everybody's trying to work out. And I don't know the right answer sitting here, honestly. My job at this moment is to seek to understand and then communicate to you guys where the concern is so that you can address it because you have that information. So those are the questions that have been posed to me. Honestly, I don't even know that I could make a decision sitting here today. It sounds like it's been made, and I know that we have to vote on it, but it seems like there's so many pieces that we're still figuring out. So that does stick in my mind a bit, but I do thank you for taking the time to lay it all out and address preemptively some things that have probably, grumbling and stuff coming down the pike.
Thank you. Board Member Riddick, I'm going to give you the opportunity because 3 of us have the same school. We got the same questions, I think. 3 of us did. So
I believe I got
Kings Fork and then later. Okay.
I believe I got some of those questions too, but I want to ensure that we're not rushing into something. I want us to make sure that we take the time to think this all the way out and anticipate different types of scenarios. Because I've been getting calls from staff where they are really concerned about the workload. And right now, I know we have some unknowns. I'm for 4x4s because I see the benefit. My concerns are in the implementation of the 4x4. And I like to echo the same sentiments that Board Member Howe echoed. The amount of vacancies, how will we staff those, if any? And then what will be our classroom student-teacher ratio at that point? My question that I do have to ask is, do we have to make a decision tonight, or is this something that we can make in November?
So I'll answer that question, Mr. Riddick. We do need to make a decision tonight because the course request process starts in December, and we have to be able to take the next month to update and change our books. And also we need the time as far as budget preparations. Ms. Howe's question about budget changes is definitely valid. One of the things that Dr. Bird had discussed was our hiring of more hall managers to be able to eliminate duties from our high school staff to make sure they have unencumbered planning. As you all remember, I did mention this in the visioning presentation that we did in July to give the board a heads up that this was coming down the pike, and I'll let you all know that we want to discuss this in October. We can provide an update to you all at mid-semester because that's the time when the kids are actually choosing the classes, to let you all know about what we're looking at for different electives based on what the course requests say. But it is imperative that the board makes a decision tonight. If not, we will not be able to have all of our schedules ready for students by the end of the year. That is literally a 6-month process. Once course request books go out, once course are actually selected in February, and then to allow all of our school counselors and billing level administrators from March to June 30th to have everything finalized.
Madam Chair, and I understand the time schedule. However, I'd rather wait long than to marry wrong as it relates to this decision. It's a decision that we're going to have to live with going forward. I do have a question here. What support do we have in place for our students with disabilities? Those students who are transitioning from middle school to high school, have we thought that part through of what a day-to-day would look like? How would we provide and accommodate whatever accommodations we need to accommodate?
Yeah, absolutely. This schedule is going to provide that continuity. Every day looks the same way for all of our students, which can be a great advantage. There is no break in learning from one day to next. In addition, I think one of the biggest things is that if a student is unsuccessful with the particular course, they can retake it again that next semester. And I think that's huge. That's where that's where our on-time graduation rate and all of that starts to drop when a student falls behind in that area. And it doesn't have to wait till the end of the year for them to retake it. They can do it right then, that next semester.
They can do it again.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have another question?
I got one more.
Okay.
So it's apparent that we don't have all the information that we need as far as the budgetary stuff that will be coming in later after you all take the month to work with it. Do we have an exit plan should you provide what your 4x4 rollout is going to be? And I, as a board member, would then say, hey, I don't like that. I don't think it's in the best interest of our students at this time. I think we need to go back to the drawing board. Do we have an exit plan, or are we stuck into it? Because right now, I'm going to be honest, I'm for a 4x4. My concern is implementation, and to me, the implementation seems rushed. That's, to me, I'm entitled to my own opinion. So I'm just being honest.
Understood. This has been in discussion for years. This is one of those things where we know it can work because we've seen models. We've seen similar size schools with students, and we know it can work. There's no doubt there. The details come when you actually start building the schedule, that side of things, and then running the simulations where you take students and plug them into them. So that's where all the details and things like that get tweaked. But I'm completely confident that it will work, and I don't see an opportunity to turn and go back, if that's what you're asking.
Is this something that we could phase in, or is it something that we have to do for all three at one, or is it, hey, let's start and see how it work at this one, we work out kinks and move forward? I'm just asking all my questions up front. I apologize. I know I said I had one, but as they're presenting, more are coming.
So the problem with that is the transient population that we have. That would be very difficult to just do it at one high school, because we have kids that move between those three schools pretty often. I've worked in a 4x4 as well, so I do understand your concern. And the rush, which it seems like the rush, is really dictated by the scheduling. It has to happen. Right now, we have a timetable for the alternating AB block, and we have shared with our administrators these things need to happen on this particular date. So I know it may seem that way, but it is really dictated by the timeline that we have to have. But it would also be very difficult to do it at one school. For the same reasons Dr. King explained, when a student comes from another district, as it happens more within the district. And so it would really put us in a difficult situation to do it at one school and not all of the schools.
So is it safe to say the situation that phasing it, the situation that we're trying to avoid with phasing this into operation, it's ultimately a situation that we're going to face anyway when we have a student moving in from another district? I just want to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying.
Well, exactly what she said. So let's say we just did it at, let's say, Kings Fork High School. So what happens when we have students that move from Lakeland or from Nasman River? We have that happen more often within the district, even more so than you would coming out of the district. That would be more of a headache, because like she said, now it becomes how do we give that student that course? For example, the example that she gave with Spanish, I mean, we're halfway through the year with that course. So it is difficult now scheduling. Anyone who's been a high school principal knows it's far different than elementary. There are a lot of moving parts. So it would be extremely difficult for us to do that. But I do understand your concern when you're talking about the rush, but that is pretty much dictated by the timeline.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Jenkins, did you have a question?
I don't have so many questions because I've asked my questions with certain people before the meeting. I am for the 4x4. I really didn't understand it at first, but that's why I made sure I contacted people so I could be educated, so I could educate my constituents. As Board Member Riddick said, I believe it's a great move. I don't see where we're moving too quickly forward. I've talked to teachers, I've talked to students, I've talked to parents. It benefits our students. And that's the whole purpose for school, is to make sure our students benefit from what we do. So I'm trusting you to do the research and present and implement what you say. Is it going to be perfect? Nothing we've done, nothing we do is going to be perfect. But I'm sure when we do have a kink or whatever, because we're not the first ones to ever do this, other districts or whoever, we have people that's experienced with this before. I strongly believe that we will move forward and we will be successful. And again, our students will be successful. So I like I said, I asked all the questions I needed prior to this, and thank you.
Board Member Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I did my homework as well, and I spoke with some teachers and some guidance counselors who were in favor of this. All of the perks that you said would be beneficial to our students, our on-time graduation rate, no break in the learning day. You will see students every day, and the elimination of the duties. They like those. I did ask questions prior to, and I was familiar with this particular scheduling before. One question though, would it be easier to schedule classes for students under this? How you?
I guess that's me. Okay, so with scheduling classes, we still would schedule 8 classes for the year.
Right.
But the beauty of this is that we can adapt if we need to in semester 2.
Okay.
So our goal, of course, is to get all 8 scheduled correct, like we can. But if we need to do we have a little time in between to make things happen.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, but thank you, Madam Chair. And my questions have been answered, and I did my homework prior to. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Byram.
Yes, Madam Chair. I see a lot of opportunities for all of our students. Those that are excelling can move quickly and have more opportunities, as Dr. Gordon mentioned, and Dr. Byrd and Dr. Lee, and those that have spoken mentioned, they'll have more opportunities the way I see it. Then also for the student who is struggling, I believe it will help the students that are struggling. I taught high school for over 30 years in the city of Suffolk, and it was very wrenching to me to see a student who was doing poorly and needed time to catch up and never could catch up. And so they would sit in a class and at the end of the year possibly fail, when if we could have restarted that student and given them opportunities for remediation immediately, I believe they would have been more successful. So I see both helping those advanced students, all students, and those that are struggling. I think the additional courses will give them more opportunities. We'll see more people taking advantage of the associate degree programs, which will be a financial burden off of many of our parents for those going to college. And it will give them a broader perspective and more detailed education, is the way I see it. And it will give them opportunities to take courses that they probably wouldn't have. And I asked this question. When they schedule these courses, I asked this of Dr. King, I'm familiar with out-of-state people who have been doing 4x4 and also those in Virginia. So they will take a total of 4 courses each semester, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. And in scheduling, the guidance counselors, people that I have spoken with have said that they try to schedule a student so that some students who are struggling might have maybe a math course and an English course, and then they might have some courses that are not maybe core subjects that give them an opportunity to excel.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
correct?
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
Right. To me, that is the benefit because, you may be struggling in math. I was never a great math student. I kind of struggled, in math. I think it would have helped me because I would have concentrated on my math. I would have done well in my English. And then the other courses I would take would maybe be something that was not as stringent or that maybe I could conquer better. Be more successful. So I can see where it can help students in many ways. And I support the block schedule. I really do. And I know there will be some kinks and, some things that we will work out, but I believe Dr. Byrd, Dr. Lee, and Dr. King, I believe you along with all the other staff are capable of figuring those things out. And we will be successful, I believe. And I think when we look back on this, we will say, gosh, this was a great opportunity for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to say, because I am a retired public school principal and a college professor retired, so I'm familiar with this type of scheduling and this type of work. I've seen it work, and I believe it will work. And so at this point in time, I've given everyone a chance to speak and give their input, and I'm going to call for the question. So is there a motion?
I move to approve the block scheduling.
Is there a second?
Second.
4x4.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the move forward to a 4x4 block schedule. Since we've had questions, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
No.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
I'm going to vote yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I have a point of privilege? I voted yes because I believe in the 4x4 schedule. I know the benefits. My concerns are in the areas of implementation. I did my homework. I talked to the persons I had to speak with. However, I still had some questions, as we oftentimes do. I know that there are some vacancies that we're going to have to fill, especially in areas of electives, and that's where my concerns are. But I know that this would be in the best interest of our citizens if we can get all the moving parts in place. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I know we're going to try to get all the moving parts in places with anything that's just starting. We'll see what happens. We'll do the best we can to fill it, and we'll move forward with it and fill it as we need to fill it. But we have to get started on it. We have to be able to plan for it, and we have to go ahead and get it going so that we'll know what our needs are going to be. And as board members, we're going to work very hard to make sure you have the resources you need to get it done. If our neighbors are doing it and our students are moving from around here, from Chesapeake to Suffolk to Portsmouth to everywhere else, we're going to have to do something to get in line to make sure that we're consistent with wherever they have to go, so that they can make a smooth transition, and coming to Suffolk won't be a problem for anyone. Moving forward, we have citizens who would like to speak. Madam Clerk, would you read?
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so in the order in which they sign up to speak, that persons in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the board without distraction, and that the members of the board and board employees are able to transact the business of the board with minimal disruption. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to the business of the school board of the City of Suffolk. 2, refrain from words or statements which from their usual construction and common acceptance are construed as insults intended to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes, unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comment regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matter. The appropriate forum for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law, or, where appropriate, court proceeding. Expressive activities including, but not limited to, petitioning, picketing, displaying signs or posters, solicitation, demonstration, pamphlet distribution, and conducting polls shall not be permitted in the waiting areas and corridors of any school building in which the board is meeting. Persons addressing the board may deliver to the board or its clerk written materials including reports, statements, exhibits, letters, or signed petitions, and may also make use of any chart or graph during their verbal presentation. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comment but will not comment, deliberate, or take action on them. The school board chair may direct the superintendent to investigate items and report back to the school board at a subsequent meeting. The chairman or other presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chairman or superintendent, a city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at tonight's board meeting. The officer shall, under the discretion of the chairman, superintendent, or other presiding officer, have charge of the auditorium, the waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Please state your name and address before speaking.
Our first speaker is Travis McKinney, who will speak to 5 topics in 5 minutes. What are you teaching my child? VDOE statistics, history of leadership in SBS, failure of leadership to fix literacy problems. This is how it all relates to policy. Travis McKinney. Okay. The next speaker is Sharika Robinson, who will speak to bullying. Ms. Robinson. Good evening.
My name is Sharika Robinson, 711 Midland Drive. Thank you. I'm Sharika Robinson again. I'm the parent of Morgan Robinson, who was bullied last year at Kingsford Middle. She was not only bullied, but she went viral all over social media platform. I'm coming before you to speak against bullying, which have made a major impact in our Suffolk Public Schools. I have been contacted over the past year from October until this October with over 500 messages in my social media of Instagram and Facebook from different parents in our community of what to do next when their child has been bullied. And bullying, I came before the school board member because bullying does and is a very big impact in our education. Morgan was a honor roll student who made A's and B's in Suffolk Public Schools. And when she became bullied, when she was bullied, her grades dropped to not only F's, but in the 10 to 15 percentile of her grades. When she went virtual, she failed every course while dealing with bullying and healing from social media. And I feel like if we come up with a real bullying system of what teachers should do next, one day, or see a child being bullied, or what the kids should do with being bullied, because children, they hide it. Morgan hid it for a month. I never knew that she was bullied. They become silent. Teachers don't know. Some teachers may not know how to address bullying. And I feel like if we come up with a real system, because like I saw that y'all had put up there that y'all had online about bullying where they can call a hotline, and me being that dealt with a child that been bullied, I never thought about calling the hotline or looking on the social media on y'all school page to determine what to do next when my child was bullied. So I feel like as an advocate against bullying, me and Morgan has been working the community with bullying. She has been, working different events and advocating. We have also been working with Parents Against Bullying, where Morgan is Morgan is an ambassador of Parents Against Bullying of Virginia with Miss Shantae Miller. And like I said, bullying is a very, very big impact on a child's everyday learning. And Morgan, it could be a child that won't overcome bullying like Morgan did. Morgan was suicidal at the beginning of her bullying. And I feel like we should stand up against bullying and fight and come up with a system, because a next child might God forbid, take their life and don't know how to handle the pressure of cyberbullying. So I feel like if Suffolk Public Schools could come up with a real system against bullying before it's too late and child actually lose their life in our school system. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Diamond Hannah, Special Education Negligence. Diamond Hannah, Special Education Negligence. Okay. Thank you. At this time, we'll have comments by board members. And since I started last with you, I'll start first with you this time.
Once again, it's a blessing and a privilege to continue to serve the residents of the Suffolk Borough. I'm excited. It's a great time to be in Suffolk. As you know, we're back 100% in person, and we are facing our challenges head on. It is a blessing. I just want to take this time to sing the praises of Kings Fork Middle School and John F. Kennedy. Middle School. Today I want to single those two schools out. Today I had the privilege of attending their basketball game, and you're talking about an electrifying room. You had their cheerleading squads going against each other, the players playing very excellent games against each other. You also have our staff encouraging them on, and you had a lot of parent involvement. These are opportunities that I would like for us to continue to seize those moments, to use them strategically to provide impactful information packets to those families who attend on ways they can provide additional layers of support to their families at home. Also, I would just like to say thank you to Dr. Branch and Dr. Davenport for the excellent presentation that they gave on earlier this evening regarding where we are academically. It cleared up a lot of misconceptions, and it showed us our roadmap going forward. I said this twice before, and I'm going to say it again because I think it's imperative that our community understand that we just can't become reactive. We have to be proactive. And it takes a village to raise a child. And if we can get volunteers and our community stakeholders, be it church, civic organizations, businesses, who are interested in opening a tutoring center in your community to help service our students, I think that would be ideal. You've seen the plan that came out today from Dr. Branch and her team. It's a great plan. We just need to increase our community stakeholders' buy-in. We can't do it alone. We can't do it alone. The students are with us for an amount of time, but then they go back home, they go back to their communities, they go back into their environments. But if we all would just take 1 hour a week to volunteer our services to provide tutoring, I believe we would reach our destination a lot sooner and a lot easier. I would close with this. To our unsung heroes, I thank Dr. Gordon for giving them their flowers tonight, along with Mr. Privet, our transportation department, our bus aides. It's very important to give them their flowers. They go through a lot. They're up in the rain, they're out in the cold, they're out in the extreme heat on days, ensuring that our children are getting back and forth to school. And I just want to say thank you for this opportunity and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Board Member Mayo.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to congratulate all who were recognized this evening during the SPS Good News Report. And you know, being the musician that I am, I want to give kudos to the mighty Marching Bulldogs of Kings Fork and the Lakeland High School Quiet Storm Marching Band for their recent success in band competitions. And we are very proud of them for their outstanding musicianship, and of course the directors, Mr. Bradley of Kings Fork and Mr. Wilson of Lakeland. Also, I'd like to mention our CTE program, which continues to thrive and do well. And Mr. Skinner, we're very proud of the work that you're doing and the honors that 2 of our programs received and were recognized this evening. I serve on the regional board for the Governor's School for the Arts, and I would like to share with you that we had our first meeting on September the 28th, and the enrollment for this year is 383 students, which is the largest enrollment since the school was formed. Dr. Siak, who is the director of the Governor's School, and her staff are now looking at options for expanding the current facility in Norfolk. This is how our program has expanded. GSA had a very successful virtual informational session on September the 27th with Suffolk students and parents. And it was mentioned at our meeting that there was great interest in the program from Suffolk and that the attendance was also very favorable. the GSA staff was most pleased that some 6th grade students had joined the virtual session, as well as other middle school students. Suffolk currently has 37 participants in the Governor's School for this school year, which is up from 25 from last school year for a 48% increase. So we are very proud of that. Our regional Governor's School for the Arts is sponsored, of course, by the Virginia Department of Education and the public school divisions of Chesapeake, Franklin, Isle of Wight, Norfolk, Portsmouth, Southampton, Suffolk, and Virginia Beach. And then, of course, I always want to thank you, Dr. Gordon, the school administrative staff, school administrators, teachers, and support staff, and members of the SPS family for your commitment to the education of our students. And they have made great strides academically, particularly last year, because of your dedication and hard work. Everyone's contribution to SPS is valued and appreciated. Together, everyone achieves more. And I believe in the education of our children and that we must continue to provide meaningful educational programs and opportunities for them to learn and grow. We must prepare them for lifelong learning and to be productive members of society. Also, I believe that when educators put it all together to improve their schools for enhanced learning and success, they enjoy the greatest joy that the profession can offer, bringing all of their expertise together to provide a first-rate education for our children. As a former educator, having served as a teacher and a school administrator, I can truthfully say that the satisfaction of making a difference in the lives of young people, of seeing them become successful, is what keeps educators in this demanding and sometimes challenging profession. But this is the reward that true educators receive. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to bring comments this evening.
Thank you. Board Member Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to start off by saying that our staff, our Dr. Gordon and your team, again, you all are amazing. You do amazing work. You don't just, we can tell that you don't just wait till the week of the board meeting to get your stuff together. You have your stuff together and you present it well. And like I said earlier, I have all my trust in that what you present, you have researched it, and we're going to move forward with it. And I support you 100%. I want to give kudos to one of my schools, Nansemond Parkway, for doing such an amazing job in so many ways this week. You've been in the news. I've heard other things that I think will be announced later, but I'm proud of the principal. I think it's Ms. Davis, for a job well done, and your staff. I also want to give a shout out to Ms. Chanel Woods, who was named the Gold Principal. That was in the newspaper. She does a lot for the school. A lot of people in the community love her. I know she have churches that volunteer and partner with her because of her love for her students and her school. She has a lot of people that's willing to support her, and I applaud her for that. I want to congratulate the teachers who are in the spotlight, and I want to iterate that again for this month and after the school board meeting last month. Delegate Jenkins and myself have been visiting the athletes in practice, and we've been going to the games, and we've been having fun, because it's not all about just seeing them in the classroom. We want to see them in their other elements, and the football teams and the track teams. They enjoy seeing people come out and cheer them on. So I encourage you all to do that. Take some time to come out and support your team. I know Dr. Branch is one of the famous cheerleaders from Norfolk State University, and I've seen her at some games trying to do some moves with the cheerleaders. And just last week, I was at Kings Fort's game, and our very own Ms. Antoinette Dickinson, she was out there with a few trying to cheer, and she couldn't remember the cheer because she was a cheerleader at Kings Fort. So I had to FaceTime my daughter, who was a cheerleader, with her so they could get their cheers together. And we were just out there having fun. That's what we're supposed to do. And so, I encourage all of you to come out and support our students in that way. And Dr. Gordon, when we were having dinner with Kings Fort football team, they were requesting that they could have a loud theme song when they come out on the field. And I promised them I would tell you that, so you can talk to the coaches and find out what theme song that is, so they come out on the field. Also, I want to say that we partner with Mr. Arthur Key, who owns his own Zero Subs in Portsmouth. He lives here in Suffolk, and he partnered with us to make sure that we had tons of subs and chips and everything to feed Kings Fort football team the Thursday before before their game, and they were very appreciative of it. And so I just want to give him a shout out for we called him at the last minute and say, look, this is what we want to do. Can you help us? And it was just no doubt. He was like, yes, I'll do it. And he was here waiting for us when we got here so they could be fed. And the students, the football team, they didn't know we were coming. They were excited when they walked in that classroom and saw all those subs laid out and the drinks and everything. So a big shout out to him. The last thing I want to say is our bus drivers. Like I said, I love you. I love the cafeteria chefs. I call them chefs, and the ones who, make sure our buildings are clean. All of you all are valuable. We need you. We cannot make it without you. It takes the whole chain to make this work. And before we meet again, it will be Election Day. I encourage everyone to go out and vote. And, I said it this weekend at Peanut Fest. If we have candidates that's running for school board that does not have student achievement and student at their number one priority, then you're running for the wrong thing, because that should be your priority running for school board, is to make sure our students are taken care of with their education and their other needs. And let's go pink. That's it.
All right. Board Member Howell.
Good evening. I will be brief. I feel some of your pain out there. You're dying inside a little bit, so I will be brief and just say first to Morgan's mom, I know the courage it took to come up and speak again, and I'm really proud of you, and I can see where Morgan gets her strength to overcome from. I'm going to speak to the parents again. I feel like I've said it for the past several months in a row. Read to your kids, read with your kids, make your kids read. If they're not able to read yet, there are books that you can check out at the library that are on tape, or, I don't know what the current device is, but there are a multitude of ways to bring literature and reading into your home, and it is so important, and that was demonstrated here in part tonight, the impact you can have on your own child's reading development, their literacy, their overall education, because as Dr. Branch pointed out, the reading has impacted science, and it will impact history. It's going to impact everything. And it's so important. Middle and high school kids are not off the hook either. They should be reading too. And I'm thinking maybe not necessarily just social media, but articles, things that are going to prepare them for whatever their next step is, college or a vocation or the military. Parents partner up with each other. I know you're exhausted when you get home from work or when your kids come home from school. And we can tag team this and just share our resources so that every night our kids have additional exposure to reading. It makes all the difference in their vocabulary development, and their reading comprehension is so important. I also recommend Khan Academy. I think Dr. Davenport mentioned that too, and I have used that with my own kids when my son's math skills exceeded what I was comfortable helping with. So Khan Academy helped. Tap into that resource as well. Miss Mascaloni at Nansemond Parkway, I'm so proud of you. We go way back. We took sign language together at Nansemond River, and it's just cool to see her helping other staff members integrate into the community at Nansemond Parkway, because they are a family, and it is important that everybody feels a part of it. Parents, I would also ask you update your info for us, email, phone number, something, so that you can tap into the resources we have for you. There's so much here that we can do to partner with you to make your child successful. Just give us that little key just to be able to reach you with all this good stuff. And on a side note, for clarity, I also support the idea of the 4x4 schedule. My reservations are with the kinks that have to be worked out, but I fully, moving forward, support Dr. Gordon's staff to work these kinks out, to plan and make this a success. And so I just would encourage you all to take the feedback that you're getting and use that to help you plan for these kinks. And so we don't have too many surprises. Life is full of surprises, but we can minimize some of those as we think ahead. Y'all have a good evening, happy fall, and good night.
Thank you. Vice Chair Byron?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Ditto to what's been said before. Special congratulations to the bands, Bulldogs and Lakeland. They are outstanding programs, and I'm glad to see the students are excelling. We excel in so many ways that I'm glad to see that we are recognizing these fine students have worked so hard. Thank you to all the teachers and administrators who have pushed this first opening of school and have done an excellent job. And a special congratulations to those teachers that were recognized in the spotlight for September. Again, one of my former students, Katrina Allman, is on the list. She's a Nansemond River graduate as well. And I support her and have always supported her. She works at Turlington Woods and does an outstanding job. And as Ms. Jenkins mentioned, Ms. Chanel Woods, at Kennedy, receiving that gold award as a principal. She's an outstanding educator, former graduate of Nansemond River, and also one of my former students who I love dearly. I want to commend Dr. Gordon for his comments about the recent City Council meeting and about the upcoming elections. I've been in public education for many, many decades. And I love public education. I believe it is the answer to many of society's problems. And that is why I've stayed in it for so many years. I know it is the answer. Education is the answer. And I would encourage everyone to educate themselves on the issues, to listen to what has been written about the candidates, to support those people who are truly pro-public education, because public education is under fire and has been for the last 20 years. And I hate to see public education falter, and I wish that people would educate themselves and go out to the polls and do what they think is best for all the citizens of our great city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you. Dr. Gordon, I want to thank you for your comments, and I support those comments with regard to the meeting you attended. I want to thank you for your professionalism. I want to thank you for what you said to the council. I want to thank you for supplying information to the council, whether they shared it or not. I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you, Ms. Forsman, Wendy, for your professionalism. I can honestly say that I have lived in 4 states in West Germany. I've worked on 3 continents, and I thought about it in these last 51 years of being a professional, working with people who were learning to read and, well, literacy and numeracy. And I have never in my life seen people who were public officials attempt in some way to negate the important things, the critical achievements of the schools in their area. Never have I seen that. This is a new experience for me. I hope it does not continue. I see no positive gains from that for anyone. And I would encourage everyone who goes to the polls, as some of my predecessors have said, to look very carefully at those persons who ask for your vote but don't support public schools. 90% of Americans go to public schools. American school-aged people go to public schools. We educate them all in public schools. 10% or fewer are homeschooled, private schooled, and whatever else. Keep that in mind. Remember that these are your tax dollars. Now, there are shortages in public school, in the public school teaching force. There are shortages on the police forces. There are shortages in the fire department, in the emergency services departments, all public jobs, in the military services. Those of you who know me know I'm from a military family. People are not being recruited as they used to be. I don't know what's happening other than I know we're minus over 1 million people because they've passed away due to the pandemic. But before that, people were not coming up to volunteer for service kinds of things. They were just not working in those areas, and there are many reasons why. But demeaning people who take on these challenges for the public good is not helpful to anybody. We're a team in Suffolk Public Schools, from the bus drivers who first see our children, to the cafeteria people who feed them, the custodians who clean up for them, the police officers who protect them, and the security people in school who aid those police officers, the teachers and the aides who teach them, and the staff persons who see that things go well as the teachers. So all of us work together as a Suffolk Public Schools family, and our job as a board is to advocate for them. The job of city officials as well is to advocate for the city, the whole city, and the public schools are part of the city. So I'd say to my friends who are other city officials, think about what you do for your city. Strong schools make for a strong city. We help each other if we work together. Now, I want to give some compliments. I want to tell you how good it makes me feel when I see friends of mine who work in other cities and they compliment my students. I sing with a group, and one of the singers is an administrator in Chesapeake Public Schools. And our Kings Fork band recently played his team. And he said to me, I don't know who's directing that band, but they are outstanding. And I said, I'm going to say that at the next school board meeting. So I just want you all to know, our students went there, they performed well, they behaved well, and I'm so proud of them, I don't know what to do. So I really am elephant proud and hyena happy because you did a great job. And even though we won the game, our competition had to compliment our students. So I'm just so proud of them. I'm proud of our Lakeland band for their performances as well and their winning contest. I'm proud of all of you for what you do, for our bus drivers who won and who come to work, because that's a hard job, and as I said, I really would not want it. I'm proud of our initiative. When people ask about reading, the best way to get kids interested in reading is to read. And so even though I don't like reading in front of cameras, I like reading to people, and I didn't get to read to people directly, but I did get a chance to read this book. It's a cute little book. and I'm going to get it for my grandchildren, because I think it's one of the ways that we can get kids to read, and that's a way to get our scores up. If we can't get other folks to read, we can read to them ourselves. So I'm very pleased with this initiative, and we got a chance to talk about it, and we're grateful for the Rotary Club support with regard to the purchase of these books for students. I got a chance to visit Ms. Boone's class. This is the African American history class that we piloted, and I saw Dr. Gordon share about his fraternity, and of course he thinks that's the best. And well, you know, what can I say? What can I say, Dr. Lee? But anyway, we're pleased. We did a great job, and I want our students to model the behavior of people who are successful and who do the things that we need to support our communities. And it's a service. You know, you get the prowess, you get the performances, you get all of that, the glitz and glamour. But the reality is that the Divine Nine organizations, those are sororities and fraternities that you know about if you know something about African American sororities and fraternities, and they started out as historically black, but anybody can join. They're service organizations. They started out talking about the right to vote. Mine is Delta Sigma Theta, but the right to vote. We marched with the suffragettes. His fraternity, the other fraternities and sororities worked for all sorts of reasons, civil rights reasons. Those are the things that we do. So letting kids know about those things, I think, is critical. I want to congratulate Chanel Woods, of course, but I want to also congratulate Mrs. Tara Outland and Creekside Elementary School, Gina Herr at John Yates, and Carrie Patterson as well, for getting those recognitions from the Suffolk News Herald. I had the opportunity to get started with the CTE Advisory Committee, the Special Education Advisory Committee, and the Safety Audit Committee, the Safety Audit Advisory Committee. I want to thank those people who are willing to work with us. I think they got off to a good start. They have good leaders. They have good advisors on our staff, and I expect great things from those groups. Lastly, I want to say we want to support the Big Feet meet. If you can go out and support that, visit those folks and any other activities. As always, I want to say thank you for all that you do, Dr. Gordon and all of our team members, all of our parents, and all of our students. I think that when we look at everybody who's doing everything, for the most part, we have a wonderful set of students, and I brag about you all the time and about the things that you do. And so I just want us to continue to work in the way that we do. Now, we have information items, unless there are questions about those items. I am going to call for a motion to adjourn.
I move that we adjourn.
That was quick. I got a so moved over here, and I'm supposed there's a second over here. All right. Are there any questions?
I'm sorry, that was Mr. Riddick and Ms. Howell?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Riddick, Ms. Howell, and Ms. Mayo.
Everybody. It was everybody.
Okay. Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
We are adjourned. Have a blessed evening. Good night.